Kia ora, malolele, welcome everybody. We'd like to open the sessions today with a karakia.
Karakia tīmatatanga tōhutia, please bow your heads. E tō mātou matua i te rangi, kia tapu tau ingoa, kia tae mai tau rangatiratanga, kia me te tau e pai ai ki runga i te whenua, kia rite anō ki tō te rangi, ho mai kia mātou aia nei, he taro mō mātou mō tēnei rā, murua mātou hara, me mātou hoki e murua nei, i o te hunga e hara whaka mātou. Aua hoki mātou e kawea whakawaia, engari whakaoreanga mātou e te kino, nau hoki te rangatiratanga, te kaha me te kōria, ake, āmene.
Thank you, Ruby, for that wonderful karakia. Kia ora koutou, malolele, welcome everybody to the 16th annual, I know, Official Music Month Summit. I'm Teresa Patterson. I'm the chair of the Music Managers Forum, and along with the Music Commission, we welcome you all to today. It just feels really good that we're able to do this year's summit in person. Last year we had to do it online, and we just feel so blessed that as a country we've been able to enjoy this summer with events, festivals and tours. But because we loved our online experience so much last year, we are live streaming. And for those of you out there, hello, those of you out there watching, please make sure you are watching from the Music Commission's YouTube or the Music Managers Forum YouTube. And please do not respond to any bots or give your credit card to anyone, because this event is free, streamed from those channels. Before we start all of today's exciting and informative panels, there are a few people we'd like to thank for making today possible. Massive thanks and araha to Cath and Nicola from the Music Commission and Lorraine Owen from the Music Managers Forum for all of the hard work of getting today together. Sarah Owen, Wairi Iti, Grace Leota, Maya and Angel for all your work today, and again Ruby Leota for that wonderful karakia. Our sponsors, NZ On Air, APRA AMCOS New Zealand and Recorded Music New Zealand and the Auckland City of Music. The venue, yes, at Spark Arena, and our streaming team, The Stream Shop. And to all the speakers of each sessions, and thanks to you guys for coming out on a Saturday, giving up your weekend to come and listen to all of the panels, and of course, the speakers. Did I just say that? Just one note before I hand over to Cath. At lunchtime, you're all getting a complimentary Eat My Lunch lunch. If you could please donate what you would normally spend on that lunch to Music Helps, there will be a little donation bucket by where you can get your lunch at lunchtime. So that's me. Over to you, Cath.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Cath Andersen, tēnei mai iti reorika o Aotearoa, ko New Zealand Music Commission. So I'm the Chief Executive there, and it's been a pleasure to put this session together for you today. And I am absolutely stoked with the lineup of speakers that we have. Now I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. You're welcome to hang out in the foyer, but please don't wander around Spark Arena because you will set off an alarm. Then we'll all have to go outside. If you'd like to use the bathrooms, they're at the rear of the room. There's 2 there. All of the other bathrooms around the arena are closed today. If there is an emergency and we need to evacuate the room, the exit is right at the back there. A secondary exit, in case the issue is down there, is behind the stage. And we need to go and congregate in the park over the road. It's no smoking out on the deck there, so if you do need to have a cigarette, you're going to have to go out, down the stairs and out onto the forecourt, and that goes for lunchtime as well. And at lunchtime, the bar will be open for soft drinks. There's tea and coffee for you there all day. Eat My Lunch will be at the back of the room, and the bar will open at 3 o'clock if you'd like to hang out, meet some of the speakers and some of the people who put on the event today. Now, this should go without saying, but the New Zealand Music Month Summit is a safe place. If anyone's making you feel uncomfortable at all today, please go and see Lorraine or Sarah out at the registration desk, or come and see myself. We want everyone to be comfortable today. We're about to start the first panel, but I have a couple of notes. So we're going to kick off today talking about music funding. But Manatū Tonga, the Ministry for Culture and Heritage, actually have a couple of other funds at the moment that they wanted me to make sure you're aware of. You can go to the MCH website and you can find out more information about them, but currently there is a innovation fund open. There is also a cultural installation fund which is going to open in August, and these are all part of the Manatū Tonga Ministry of Culture and Heritage COVID-19 recovery program. I'd encourage you to go and have a look at their website, and also you can sign up for newsletters and they will let you know what's coming up and when different things are happening. So with that little bit of funding advice, I think it's time to welcome the first panel of the day, here to help, music funding in Aotearoa. Thank you. Here they come.
Just that awkward getting into position, eh? Morena. Kia ora tātou. My name is Square. I work as an artist manager and creative producer. Not a music producer, but a creative producer. If you don't know what that means, neither do I. So at some point we can have a kōrero about that. Welcome to the summit. We're really pleased to be able to kick off the morning. So just very quickly introducing the panel members for today. Our panel is titled Here to Help, and it's a kōrero about, I suppose, funding and how do you find money to make what you love doing done in the music sector. So to my immediate left is Emily Crowther, the Aotearoa Touring Program Manager with New Zealand Music Commission. And then we have Ash Wallace, Music Funding Advisor at New Zealand On Air. We've got Hayley Dingwall, Arts Practice Director Music from Creative New Zealand. And then Margot Wong, who's an Advisor for Funding Services from Creative New Zealand. And last but not least, Blake Ihimaira, Head of Content at Te Mangai Paho. So quick round of applause to welcome everyone, if that's all right. Cool. Awesome. Look, we've got about an hour together, so I thought maybe to kick things off, we might ask each of these representatives to quite quickly sort of break down what funding is available, maybe speak a little to about the agency that they represent, and possibly also touch on what has been some changes or what's different over the last 12 months, perhaps, since we've all entered into the post-COVID era. So, who would like to start?
Kia ora everyone, lovely to see you all. Excuse my voice, I will get through this. I am the, as Square said, look after the Aotearoa touring program for New Zealand Music Commission, and the New Zealand Music Commission looks after huge amounts in the music industry to help build it up both domestically and internationally. We run several programs, including like the Mentoring in Schools program. We have a fantastic internship program. But related to this specific panel, I'll be talking quite a lot about the Aotearoa touring program, which is what I look after. But I'm keen to mention that we also have two other programs which you may be interested in. One is a capability fund, which has just opened in the last couple of months. And I am just going to read it straight from the piece of paper to get it all very accurate, is to enhance and extend existing activities and to support the delivery of new programs that develop to increase industry skills and knowledge. So that includes seminars and upskilling events. It could be something within schools, putting on a festival where you're having speakers at it and various things like that. And I would encourage you, if you have any ideas around capability within the music industry, to talk to Nicola Edwards, so you could contact her. Another one of our programs is run by our international team called Outward Sound, which has been running for a very long time, and you can apply for funding to help promote yourself internationally. And those programs run 4 times a year. The dates, I was trying to find the dates before, are all in the May book, which you should all have on your seats. So the closing rounds. And I would encourage you to get in touch with Alan and Rebecca in the Outward Sound office for anything you're planning to do internationally. Obviously, at the moment, touring internationally isn't happening. Just, but you might be thinking about something in Australia, and also they can help with international promotion. So those are those 2 things. Over the last year, we've been very lucky to have a chief executive that's very forward-thinking and has managed to secure funds to help the COVID recovery within the contemporary music art sector. And so what has come from that is the Aotearoa touring program, but also the Venue Infrastructure Fund, where venues up and down the country were granted funds to help with their recovery, and that was to do with buying new PAs, putting sanitizers in, and then on top of that we also had the Music Month program, where you could come and recover money losses from over Music Month. So those are two COVID recovery programs, and which leads on to the Aotearoa touring program, which is a COVID recovery fund which started last October and runs until June 2022. I could go into that now, or shall I come back to that? Jumping into it quickly. So the program runs, we have 6 rounds a year. There's a really good article in the May book where it also has all the closing dates. The next round closes July 19th. You can apply for touring funds for 50% of the eligible costs. Eligible costs, most of those are very obvious touring, things like transport, accommodation, paying your crew, fees for crew, venue costs. So a huge amount of criteria, a huge amount of eligible costs. In addition to that, the criteria is must be playing 100% New Zealand music, and 3 shows outside of your hometown is what is the parameters and to be considered a tour. There are 2 tiers. Tiers 1 is up to 600 people capacity. So for the smaller tours, even though up to 600 is a decent sized venue. And then from tier 2 is over 600 capacity, or you're reaching an audience of minimum of 2,400 over the whole tour. So if you're going and playing for 4 weeks, you know, a Jordan Luck tour would fit into that category, for instance, because they go everywhere. Yeah, and if anything's happening like that, I encourage you to come and talk to us. Talk to me, Emily at nzmusic.org.nz. But we can talk further about that later on in the panel. Thank you.
Awesome, me next. Kia ora whānau, ko Ash Wallace tōku ingoa, he kai tohu tohu pūtia puoro o hauna irirangi te Motu. I'm the music funding advisor at New Zealand On Air. We fund New Zealand music content for New Zealand audiences, all original music. We have 6 main funding channels, which is a lot. So the main one that we usually talk about is New Music Single, which you guys might have heard of. And that's a $10,000 grant, which you can apply to us to receive for a single song. So we fund the recording process for that song, you know, getting the song mixed and mastered and produced and all of that jazz. Creating music video content for the song, or general video content. So whatever you think will support the song, and you know, visuals, lyric videos, music videos, whatever you want to create. And then the promotion of that song as well. So it's kind of the whole process, I guess, of creating original music content. So we have New Music Single, which is kind of our main one. Then we have a couple of focus rounds. So we have New Music Kids, which is for music for tamariki. We have New Music Pacifica for Pacific artists. We have Waiata Takitahi, which is a co-fund with TMP, which is really awesome. And that's for bilingual songs with a minimum of 25% te reo Māori lyric. What am I missing? We have New Music Project, which is for creating EPs, albums, kind of wider bodies of work. And then our last kind of newest fund is New Music Development, and that fund is for established producers to work with kind of new and emerging artists. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack in those 6. I don't want to go too deep into them, but essentially our application process is really, really easy. You apply to us, you need to meet 10 of 30 criteria points. So that would be around your audience, any kind of achievements or accolades that you've had, charting. There's a whole bunch. There's 30 options that kind of span across all the contemporary music genres. And if you get 10 criteria points, then you can apply to us with a demo of your song, and that goes to a panel and they decide. Usually we get about 200 songs at the moment, and they cut that down to 40 songs per round. So over the last 12 months, we've also had an increase in our budget. We've gone up to 7 million annually, which is a lot of COVID relief money, which has been so awesome to have more money to create the New Music Development Fund, increase the funding in all of the other streams, and yeah, get more money out to our creatives, which has been awesome to say yes to way more people. So that's the funding kind of stuff. New music development is also, I'm not sure kind of where everybody is in their careers, but if you're an established producer, that's a really exciting opportunity to access some funding. Or if you're a really new artist who doesn't yet qualify for our other funding opportunities, it can be a really good way to go about it, but I can talk about that stuff later. Maybe move along.
Mōrena tātou, ko Haley Dingle hau, kei he kaitohu mahi toi poro whakari. I'm new to my role. I am the Arts Practice Director for Music and Opera at Creative New Zealand. Full disclosure, I've actually worked for New Zealand On Air longer than I have for Creative New Zealand. So on my left, I've got my colleague Margot, who is the wonderful funding advisor for music, who is going to tell you the actual useful information. I'll just give you an overview of what Creative New Zealand does. So we are the National Arts Development Agency. We fund music, and by music I mean opera, classical forms, contemporary, popular, jazz, sound art, and anything that would really identify as music. We also fund theatre, dance, festivals, literature, visual arts, craft and object, Pacific arts, and ngā toi Māori, and community arts. So our remit is to promote, encourage and support the arts of New Zealand for the benefit of all New Zealanders. Pretty easy. We do that through a number of different ways, but obviously the main way is through funding opportunities. Last year, we kind of stopped everything in response to COVID coming into our lives, and we ran weekly funding rounds to support the sector. We're now in what we call our phase 3 recovery, which is a sort of return to normal. We're now running 6 rounds of our core funding opportunity for you guys, which is the arts grants, which Margot is going to tell you more about now.
Hello, my name's Margot. It's so lovely to be here. So, as Haley has mentioned, we have 6 rounds of our arts grants. They can support projects for between $5,000 and $75,000. They are for short-term projects, so things that can be achieved within 12 months. We assess the first 225 applications that are submitted into each round, and we notify people, I think, within 5 weeks of that round usually closing. So quite a quick decision-making time, and that way you get to know as soon as possible when you can start your project. You can make up to 2 applications across those 6 rounds for 2 different projects. And yeah, I think I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say immediately. And the first round to open round 1 will open on the 5th of July, and notification date is the 10th of September. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou, morena, ko wai tēnei e kōrero atu nei ki a koutou. Ko Blakey maira taku ingoa, he kāwai ahau, he uri ahau no ngā kāwai rangatira me ki o te tai tokerau, o Ngaitahu, o Hāmoa hoki. No reira, tēnei au e mihi nui ana ki a koutou, kua tai mai I te rangi nei. Te whare tū nei, te papa I wahora, tēnā kōrua, kei te mana whenua, Ngāti whātua tēnei e mihi nui ana ki a koutou, e pupuru nei I te mana, I te mauri o te haukainga. Morena everybody, my name is Blake Ehimaira. I am the head of content at Te Māngai Pāho. I've actually put together a slideshow, so I'm going to now entertain you with my awesome slide and ask Square if he can minimise the one that's currently on there. This is now my techie. He can. No, you guys are fine. Anyway, I'm just, give you a little bit of a brief. I'm new also in the role. I've been the head of content for around 6 months at Te Māngai Pāho. Before then, I've come from broadcasting. So producing content, Māori content, for audiences. Kia manawa nui mai, our head of music, Nadia Marsh, is stuck in Melbourne. So I am here to speak to you all today. So she's created an awesome slideshow just to make sure I get all the information to you all. I think it's just minimised. It's there, you've just got to minimise. Anyway, while we're waiting, just to give a bit of background on Te Māngai Pāho. So, like everybody with their remits, our remit is to fund te reo Māori content. Our aim, I suppose, is to indigenise the airwaves and to indigenise the media landscape. So basically to fund as many reo Māori tracks and programs in Aotearoa for Aotearoa television and on air. Like NZ On Air, we've had a little bit of an increase in our, on a much smaller scale, but to our music portfolio. So yeah, our aim this year is to create more and more tracks in Te Reo Māori. We have kind of 3 big portfolios at Te Māngai Pāho. So we fund content, diverse content, which is for broadcast. We fund Māori, waiata reo Māori, Māori music, te reo Māori music, and iwi radio, which are 21 stations throughout Aotearoa. Oh no. She said you just have to minimise that one. Nicola? Escape? Look at that. Oh, beautiful. And then minimise that one, and look, there it is right there up the top. Push play. Here we go. Ka pai. Okay, here we go. So Te Māngai Pāho is committed to collectively improving the outcomes of Te Maihi Karona, the Crown strategy for Māori language revitalisation. Music as a mode of accessibility for all, to hear and to mimic the vocabulary is our main goal here. As I mentioned before, Te Māngai Pāho funds content for broadcast that promotes te reo Māori and Māori culture. And under Te Ture mo te reo Māori, we aim to protect te reo Māori as a taonga. Our aim is to indigenise Aotearoa's content experience, and through the content we fund and through our investments, we hope to achieve this. So, what we want to achieve. So success for us. Oh, beautiful. So success for us is seeing and hearing waiata reo Māori in places we haven't seen before, or not that we don't see them before, but in the charts, I suppose. If we achieve this, we can assume that people love te reo Māori and are engaging with the songs we create. what we invest in, collaborative songwriting, Waiata Reo Māori features, industry music awards, industry training, industry advocacy, and recording and publicity. So I suppose our connection between funder and artists is around recording and publicity. Like NZ On Air, that's probably our main funding opportunity available to the artists. So as a whole, our entire music portfolio is kind of split 60-40 to the artist, and then the other 40 around industry development to get a wider picture of the whole Māori music landscape and ecosystem. Through these investments, we aim to grow the number of artists writing and recording in Te Reo Māori, creating space for Waiata Reo Māori to be heard and raise the profile of artists. So what we fund, new unreleased waiata, has to be more than 50% in Te Reo Māori, or reasonable costs associated with recording and publicity. So like NZ On Air, videos, all the mastering and mixing, everything associated with recording a waiata. What we don't fund, unfortunately, is those awesome launch parties we all love to go to. In the recording and publicity rounds, we won't fund translations of already released songs, but we will fund a Māori version of your English song for simultaneous release. So at the same time, examples of reasonable costs: studio time, engineer, music producer, session musician, mastering, artwork, etc. Our funding process is much similar to NZ On Air. Easy to register. You go to our website, become a registered provider as a company or as an individual. The essentials: reo Māori, recording and release. So reo, whether you're fluent or not, every application must have a mātanga reo, Māori language advisor, to review or to oversee the process and the calibre of Te Reo Māori that's used within the track. Nadia has written here, correct grammar and syntax, language styled for the audience. We ask for this because we're revitalising Te Reo Māori. So like English, or unlike English I should say, where Te Reo Māori is at a really critical points where we're still trying to revitalise, so making sure that the grammar as well as the pronunciation in the waiata is really, really, really important to us. If everybody could speak Te Reo Māori, we could use more slang and all of those sort of things, but unfortunately we can't right now. Recording, demonstration of your waiata and Reo Māori performance, pronunciation, so making sure that actually we have some sort of demo. And release a plan to show how the song will be distributed online, to radio and other media. We want to see how you'll reach, or how your music will reach an audience. Hacks, I suppose. Making sure that you started early, sing in Te Reo Māori, and provide all social media platform numbers in terms of insight. It really helps us write our SPEs and our our reports at the end of the year. So funding agencies, though, ask for kind of similar documents. So keep them in a handy folder somewhere and, you know, use them time and time again, over and over again. And the answers that you use are really good if you collate them for future reference. And providing a demo that shows you singing in Te Reo Māori, not in English, is sometimes, you know, really helpful. And lastly, just our funding dates. So as you can see there, as I mentioned earlier, the main funding round we have is recording and publicity. So that's single tracks that we make an investment to as artists. And we also have the Waiata Takitahi round, which is a co-fund with NZ On Air. As mentioned, Waiata Takitahi is the only round where you may apply with less than 50% Te Reo Māori. Still though, you must have 25%. The percentage, this is awesome information, the percentage is calculated by sung word count. So she's even got a little way of doing it, calculation here. So she says, transcribe your sung lyrics, excluding the ad-libs and echoes, then count the number of Māori words, divide the number of Māori words by the total number of words, and multiply the answer by 100. It sounds very simple to me. That's how you get 25%. Anyway, that's me, but that's just the kind of a brief sort of overview around what we do at Te Māngai Pāho, but really want to make sure that with this audience in particular, really bringing home that, te reo Māori, the need for revitalisation at the moment, and we really, really encourage more te reo Māori artists to come and apply for funding. As I mentioned earlier, we have had an increase in the overall budget, which, you know, to me means that we get to see more and more and hear more and more te reo Māori music on air, hopefully commercial as well, so we can pump it through all the national radio stations. Engari, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, tēnei au e mihi nui ana kia koe, kia koutou, tēnei te reo o Te Māngai Pāho e mihi atu nei, tēnā koutou.
Slide back in.
Hello? Here we go. I'm just going to keep standing if that's okay. It's much more comfortable. As we all know, we all got into the music industry so that we could do math and calculate. Sorry about the awkwardness earlier. That was entirely a rehearsed example of what happens if you do not have a good sound check. Hopefully when you guys tour, things like that don't happen. Blake, that was really, really great information. Thank you very much. And thanks for doing a slide. I think probably the next sort of good conversation topic might be to understand a little bit more. So we talked about what programs you guys have available. Maybe a quick question to the audience here. Who has submitted a music funding application before? Okay. That's slightly less than a third of the room. Who's been successful in receiving a music? That's even less. Awesome. So obviously you've come to the right place. So perhaps if we could talk a little bit about the process. So we talked about the what, how do we actually go about it? So over to you.
Okay, so the Aotearoa touring program, one thing I'd love to make sure you're all very aware of, it's very accessible. You know, we have bands coming through that are doing their first tour ever, and they might be Wellington based, and they're going to do 3 shows, you know, just in the south of the North Island, right through to the biggest bands that we have in New Zealand. So please, if you are doing something, don't feel intimidated to contact us, because I like to think we're also very approachable, and we want to give out the money to musicians, and we want you to go and tour, and we want you to go and you know, hire people, and we want you to go and we want the audience to have someone to go and listen to. So the process of applying is you get in touch with myself, and you let us know what your the artist name, your tour dates, the venues, and obviously the dates. And through that process, we check the eligibility. And we go, okay, yes, they're an artist that's playing 100% New Zealand music. Yes, they're doing 3 shows outside their hometown. And we also help you work out which tier you are. And through that process, you know, we can ask questions of any concerns that you may have. And that's when I give you the application, the link to the application and the password. Now, through applying, doing the application form, you can contact us anytime with questions. The form is actually fairly simple, but I imagine that if you're doing it for the first time, it might be a little bit overwhelming. But Blake is right. A lot of what you're being asked, you'll be needing for various other applications. And what I always say to applicants is, what we're asking you for is what we would hope you would be doing for a tour, irrelevant of if you're applying for funding or not. So we hope that you would have a budget that's clear and easy to read and understand. We hope that you would have a tour plan of where you're going, how you're going to get there, how much the shows are going to cost, and a bit of a marketing and PR plan. How are you going to get people to the shows? So we need to see all of that information, and as well as your bio, some links to your music, things if you've applied before. So like I said, they are all things that we would hope you would be doing for a tour, irrelevant of the funding or not. We really, I would encourage you, if we suggest something to you, a bit of advice to do it, like we need this. You say, okay, cool, we'll supply that. Yeah, and what happens, the process is you apply, we process the applications, and we have a panel, an assessment panel, who make the decisions. And they're made up, very diverse group of 7 music industry experts, or people who've worked in the music industry in various roles. Specifically, a lot of them have huge experience with touring. And then we let you know. Now, additionally, you can apply as many times as you like. So we would, if for some reason you don't get the funds, we would can give you constructive feedback and the reason why. And it might just actually be the round was too big and your tour is happening much later on. And so we would encourage you to come back. Yes. Is there any questions right now about the funding? Yeah.
Hello. Oh,
Hi.
hello. I have a quick question. How far in advance do you have to apply for tour funding?
Okay, that's great because you just remind me of something. So the tours must happen after the application closing date. So for example, our next closing round is July the 19th. Your tour must happen after that. But as soon as you know that you're going to tour, even if you just have tentative dates or you have a month, if you want to get in touch with me, I'm very happy to talk to you about which round may be suited for you. You know, and you know, you might not have everything you need for the next round. Say you're applying, you have a tour in November, July actually might be too soon for you. You might not have your marketing plan, your PR plan and everything. And so I would probably suggest that you apply for August. You would find out 3 weeks after the closing date, so we really try and turn them around as quickly as possible. And we really encourage shows where you're going to the regions, so if you've got shows outside of Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, that's looked upon favourably, as well as any all ages shows. You know, and it's not that you don't have to, but those things are great. Yeah, do you have a tour planned? Many, okay, get in touch. Hey, Mike.
Emily, since the tour was opened last year, since the fund was opened last year, how many tours have been approved and
Awesome
how many
question.
applications have been declined?
Oh, I can't recall exactly how many be declined, but less than what's on my hand, I would say. And we have granted 80 Tier 1 grants since October last year, and that's over 4 rounds, 20 Tier 2 grants, and 10 Tier 3 grants. And Tier 3 is not really relevant for this, but just so you know, it was our significant production fund, which was to help really significant size events and tours, and is for funding for to help the production companies over the winter months. But that one is now pretty much closed. So for this panel, I would say it's definitely probably more Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Just waking everybody up.
Good sound checks, guys, really important. Right, so I had another question for the audience, if that's okay. So we talked about who's put in a funding application and who's had a successful funding application. Who didn't know that these funds were available? Awesome. Can anyone shout out why you don't know? Is that because you're new to the industry, or is it because it's something that you haven't thought of before, or because you're new? Yeah. Awesome, awesome. Yep. That's really cool.
I would really encourage you to all take this, take the May book home, because I understand it might be overwhelming when you're hearing about new funds for the first time, and which person was for that and which person was for that, and this has all that information in it. It's got the closing dates for most of the funds, and the name of the organisation, and who is related to which fund. So take it home and use it like a Bible, and when you're planning something within your career, maybe it's, you know.
We'll come to the
back
other
to it.
panelists in a second, but just before that, I just want to share a little quick story as well. So I'm originally from Malaysia, and I don't actually come from the music industry. I have spent the last couple of decades working in theatre mostly, so I'm really a theatre producer more than anything else. The point of this story is that when I first started working with musicians as an artist manager, I didn't really have a lot of knowledge or information either, very similar to some of you right now. And I can tell you this much. All the agencies that work in the music sector, we're really lucky to have these agencies. I come from a country that arts funding is quite a relatively new idea. I don't know why it's revolutionary and only now that they start doing arts funding in Malaysia, but that's what it is. And because I come from kind of cross arts and performing arts, it's really, you know, the team at CNZ at Creative New Zealand that I'm most familiar with. But I'm really, really pleased and really happy to say that when I wanted to engage with all the other agencies, it was actually really accessible, incredibly accessible. Blake, hopefully you'll be able to share that presentation, you know, because there's so much good information in there. And I promise you, I'm promising you on behalf of these amazing women here that, you know, if you gave them a call, I'm sure you'd be able to get really good answers really quickly. So, who else would like to talk a little bit about process in terms of,
just seconding that as well. Just reach out, just email or call us. Like everybody who works at these organisations are just music lovers who want to help give you money and let you make your music, and we're all really keen to help, so don't be afraid to reach out or just email or call or whatever. So our applications are done online. It's really, really straightforward, but if you do have any trouble, you can just email us. So for new music single, like I mentioned before, there's criteria on there. There's 30 criteria options, and you just need to reach 10 of them. People often panic when they see the social media ones. There's 2 where it's like have a number of followers. If you don't have that, that's fine. That's just one of the 30 options. So don't panic about that. So essentially for us, it's best to come to New Zealand On Air for funding when you've written the song and you have a good demo, but the song ideally wouldn't be released because then you can't apply for recording costs of that song. So it's best to come to us when you've written the song, you've got a decent demo, but you still want to do some work on the song. So online, you create an account, log in, and tick the criteria points that you meet. And once you get to 10, then your application can go through. But we recommend that you fill in all the ones that you meet, just to give us more information about you as an artist and what you've done so far and where you kind of fit into the industry. Hot tips, there's 2 sections in that application that are really important. One is how will you reach New Zealand audiences. So at New Zealand On Air, we're all about Aotearoa audiences. And if you can really clearly identify who you think your audience is and how you'll reach them, that's a massive tick. So what radio stations you think you might fit on. You know, I think I fit on BFM. Or what media coverage you think you could get, or what streaming playlists you might fit into. All that information is really, really awesome for us. The other one is how funding will improve the quality of the content. So for us, it's really important that we're not just going to give you funding and then it stays exactly the same. The idea is that, you know, you're creating all this music, but the funding is going to allow you to really level up the content and improve the quality. So if you can give us information about, you know, who you're going to work with and how that's going to improve the song or the production, or you know, you can't make this music video, but if you get some funding, you can work with this awesome director, and all that kind of information is really great for us to know how it's going to improve the quality and enhance your ability to reach your audience. So you fill in all of that information online, you submit that application to us. We do go through and check all that criteria and make sure that that it's all correct. People put in some really crazy stuff sometimes. So we check all of that, and then that goes through to a funding panel. So similarly to the Music Commission, we also have panels that change every time of different music industry people and music lovers and radio programmers and people that we think have, you know, good ears and have great experience. Usually that's a panel of 7 people, and they will then listen to all of the songs and kind of do their best to narrow it down, and we have a funding meeting where they all come together and try and make those decisions, which is obviously really hard, and I don't envy them at all. The number one thing that they're assessing, obviously, you provide all that awesome information about you as an artist and the criteria points and how you're going to improve the quality and all of those things. But the number one thing for us is the song. It's got to be a great song. When they're listening to 200 songs, no matter what genre you're in, no matter what your experience is, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about having a really killer song that is going to reach an audience in Aotearoa. So they narrow that down to, at the moment, around 40 grants. And then, you get the funding and you make your stuff.
So on an average round, how many applications would you receive?
At the moment, about 200. It kind of goes up and down from that.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and that's why we've also created the New Music Development Fund, which was the funding I mentioned earlier, where it's an established producer working with a less established artist, and that's because New Music Single is really, really competitive, and if you are quite early on and you don't reach those 10 criteria, it's a way to still have funding support to work with a producer that can really help you bring out your songs and, again, improve the quality of the songs. So that's kind of that earlier area, I guess, before New Music Single.
I think it's really important to keep in mind as well that these are competitive funding rounds, and so if you apply and you don't receive the grant, it's not necessarily that you did a really terrible, possibly you did, but it's not necessarily that, you've heard the sort of degree of competition here, and so, try again, I guess.
Yeah, definitely don't be discouraged. Like, a lot of people apply lots of times. And I totally understand if you get a no, it can feel like a bit of a knock, and it's hard for your confidence. And totally understand that. But we really encourage people to keep applying, because, you'll get there. You'll eventually have the song that cuts through and everyone's like, that's the one, that's so good. So keep applying.
What about Creative New Zealand? Do you want to maybe step us through very quickly sort of how?
I'll let Margot speak to the application process, but I just wanted to say, I guess generally we're all kind of looking for the same information, and I don't think any of us would fund retrospectively in terms of we're not going to fund anything that's already happened. It's got to be future work. In terms of things that are unique to Creative New Zealand, as I mentioned before, our remit is really broad, and we fund a lot of stuff. When you come into a round at Creative New Zealand, you're not only coming up against all of music, but all of the arts as well. So I'd really invite you to study the particular objectives of each agency. And if you, not that we don't love you, but if you feel like your project more closely aligns with one of these other guys, then it might be, you might have a better shot strategically to go with them. Because everyone's got huge demands on their funds. Our success rate is probably 20 to 30% at the moment, and we are unfortunately having to turn away good applications. There's nothing wrong with them, we just don't have enough pūtea. So I'll leave Margot to talk to the actual process.
So you can make applications online. I would really encourage you to come have a chat with Hayley or I first. And, as the others have mentioned, we're really wanting to know what it is that you're wanting to do, why you're doing it, who's doing it, how you're going to do it, and how much. You're really wanting to start as early as you can. I would say a really important thing is having a really good budget. It's detailed and shows exactly what you want Creative New Zealand to cover. You make your application online. We then check it for eligibility, and then we have external peer assessors who are usually musicians who assess music applications, and then we have a panel. It's moderated, and then we then notify within those 5 weeks.
It's probably worth also mentioning that unlike the other agencies, CNZ's rounds have a limit.
Yes,
currently,
so I would also encourage you to treat the opening date of each round as the closing date. Just again, as Hayley has mentioned, we because we support so many of the different art forms, there's a lot of people who also have very eager to get their application in as soon as possible. So that's kind of a good way to sort of think about that opening date, is like think about it as the closing date as well. And we do, and it also helps to start a draft. If you know, even if you haven't got everything all sorted, start a draft inside the portal, and that way you'll be able to keep up to date, because we update that daily on the number of applications that have been submitted, so at least you have an idea of how the round is ticking over.
So for the new financial year, it's the limit per round is
225.
225 grants per round. So you're competing not just with music, but other art forms as well. So it's quite stressful. Blake, anything to add?
Not really. Just like the other agencies, it's exactly the same process from what I hear. Online registration, online application. I would like to stress that we try and keep compliance at a very minimum. So our application isn't strenuous at all. If you can speak Māori, if you've got an awesome idea for a te reo Māori song, I encourage more artists to apply to Te Māngai Pāho. I just want to talk about the landscape, I suppose, for te reo Māori at the moment. I'm sure we're all aware of waiata anthems and the success that that's had on the industry and for te reo Māori. I suppose music being such a integral tool to language revitalisation through intergenerational transmission. So from our pepe all the way up to our kaumātua, making sure that Māori music is heard on air is very important to us. So what I'm trying to say is that we need more artists applying to our rounds, because currently we don't have many. So there's an opportunity here for anybody to apply. Very simple process. Like the other agencies, it goes to an external panel, external moderators for final assessment. And yeah, there's lots of pūtea there. So please come and have a crack at some money from us.
Speaking from kind of a practical perspective, I find as an artist manager that there's another distinction between the grants that's being offered by CNZ as well compared to the other music agencies, which is with Creative New Zealand, it is very much a grant. So if you're successful, if you're one of the lucky 20-30% who have been approved the grant, you essentially get paid out the full grant in advance, which obviously helps with cash flow and all that stuff. Whereas most of the other, if not all of the other agencies work on what I crudely call a reimbursement process. So it's really a claims process. So you still have to fund your activities first and then keep very meticulous records. Maybe less so with Blake, I don't know, with Te Māngai Pāho. But overall, I think that's what it is. Do you want to speak to that?
From the Aotearoa Touring Fund perspective, we do have a claims process, and you keep all your receipts and all your invoices. But you don't have to do it all at once. We want it to keep as compact as possible. But if you've booked all your flights in advance of the tour and you really do need to claim, you need some funds, you can claim, say you can contact us, do the claim process and claim for the flights in advance. That's no problem. And then usually what happens is at the end of the tour, then you can complete the claim. We have Rebecca in our office who is fantastic and can help with that process. And it's fairly straightforward. It's an Excel spreadsheet that you complete, and you make sure you attach all your invoices to it, because they must all match. So yeah, it's like I said, it's all records that you should be doing anyway if you're going on a tour. Keep track of your money, keep to your budget. Yeah.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes left. We'd love some questions. Yeah, yes.
Square, before we start that,
yeah.
I've got a couple of Facebook questions that are relevant to this part of the discussion.
We'll
this one's come through the Music Managers Forum page, and it's from Devereaux Short Hanare. How important is the reporting after being accepted, depending on the requirements? So I think what this person's asking is about the post-event reporting back to the agencies. If they could quickly let us know how important is that reporting.
So we've got unlike the other agencies, it's kind of similar to Creative New Zealand, as in we give a grant. It's based on 2 milestones. So a report on execution of contract, and then post, once the deliveries are met, the deliverables are given to Te Māngai Pāho. We require a post report.
And kind of speaking from a practitioner standpoint, it's actually super important. I mean, for one, you want to be able to, I guess, record what you've achieved, et cetera, but also it's about accountability. And these guys are, you know, managing funds for the sector, for the industry. And so I think as practitioners, we have a part to play to try and keep as meticulous records as we can and do as good reporting as possible.
Yeah, from our side, we'll be asking questions that are going to help with our Chief Executive's reporting to the Ministry. But also, if you're doing a report and then you're applying again to the fund, because you can apply up to 3 times between when it opened and June next year, that's really good information for you to have for when you do the next application. See, we would like to see an improvement. We see bigger venues, slightly, maybe more tour dates. If you're playing just the South Island, maybe you're going to the North Island again this time. So this is, like Square said, it's all going to be information that you will no doubt use later on, and you can have yourself account to it. Yeah.
Can I just add one little thing? Sorry, reporting is really important to us as well for all the same reasons, but it's also opportunities. Those milestones where you do report to us are also opportunities for us to provide support if you need it. So for example, with the new music development funding, the midway check-in is a point where we can ensure that the artist has a good understanding of copyright, for example, and if they don't, connecting them with APRA AMCOS to provide that support. So as much as it's about reporting and, you know, like filling in what you need for your grant, it's also about us being able to have those touch points of contact where if you need any support from us in any areas, we can provide it before it's all over and it's like, oh, that would have been great.
And it's also going to be a learning process. So if you play Napier and you didn't get as many people as you thought, and you report on that, you could look at it for next time and go, okay, what can I do to improve that? And you could also write that in your next application. You know, we appreciate honesty, and we want people to grow, and we want people to learn, and we want you to be able to tour more places and get to grow your audience. And so it's all part of the process.
Question?
I'm so sorry, I'm asking another question. I have a question for you, Ash, kind of two. And I know it's probably like, how long is a piece of string? But can you please define established as an artist, and can you please define a good song?
Yeah, it is how long is a piece of string. What do you mean by, like, in what context for established? Do you mean for the application or?
Yeah, for the application.
So for us, established just means that you can meet 10 out of the 30 criteria. It just means essentially, I mean, for one thing, that you've committed to your artist name. You know, a lot of the time people change their artist name a lot, and we want you to get 10 criteria under your current pseudonym. And just that, you know, maybe you've released a song and had some kind of traction. It's kind of up to you if you define yourself as established or emerging, or, you know, all those words are kind of just buzzwords. I don't know how really to define them, but yeah, as far as the application goes, it's really just about meeting the criteria. And for development, if you're not yet established, it would be that you probably can't meet 10 of those criteria yet. And for a good song, yeah, again, I mean, I don't know. I think in your genre, a song that, I guess it's just undeniable. I don't know. I think, like, when you just
externally assessed, remember?
Yeah, it's externally assessed. I'm not the one making the decision. But I think when there's a panel of 7 people and the majority of those people go, I had no idea who this artist was, but that song is great, that's a really good sign. You know, we don't provide any feedback in regard to, oh, you should change the chorus and then maybe you'll get funded next time. We don't have any creative oversight or any influence over what you do there. But yeah, I think it just comes down to the panel talking about the song and all going, yeah, we think that was a good song that will connect with an audience, because that's really, for us, is about connecting with a New Zealand audience. So being a good song that can find people as well. Sorry, I know that doesn't really answer your question that well, but okay, good.
There was a question from a lady in front here in red earlier.
My question was quite detailed around the reporting element. So you've got a budget that you apply the funding for, and if your invoices more, obviously that's a problem, but if your invoice is less, is that okay?
Yeah, so from the touring perspective, if you've been granted a $5,000 grant for touring, I think I specified before, but it's 50% of the eligible costs. So if you have eligible costs up to $10,000, you can get your full grant of $5,000. If your costs come to $9,000, you get reimbursed 4.5. It's all totally relative to your invoices. And that's why it's also very important to make sure when you apply for the funding that your budget is as accurate as possible. We really encourage you to go and get quotes from people to make sure you know how much the venues cost. Be smart with how long it's going to take you to drive from one place to another, how far that's going to be, how much you think that's going to cost you in petrol, because this is going to help you when it comes to the end of it. We don't want you to. You could put in a grant for $5,000, and your tour costs $15,000. In saying that, though, the grants are contestable, and there are times within the panel there are applications that we would love to support, and what they've been asked for is either considered maybe a little bit much money for the size of their tour and for where they are as an artist. And so you may get granted, you might apply for 4 and you might get 2. And we would hope that would still be encouraging and help you recover some of your costs and help you tour next time. And another thing, it's not means tested. So if you go on tour and you make money, we're really, really happy for you to go and make money. This isn't just for the struggling musician, but we would hope that it would put you in a good position to tour again next time, maybe playing more venues, maybe going to other towns. Another thing I just wanted to add before, sorry, just comes up sometimes, questions we get asked, particularly with some of the newer artists, is there's a question about why you think you should go to that town. And don't let that one be overwhelmed by you. It could be that in Palmerston North, the radio station there has played a couple of songs, and so there's a little bit of interest there. You might have friends in another town that have a show that are going to get to put you on. There just needs to be some kind of logical reasoning. But you don't need to be in the A playlist on ZM to answer that question. So it's all relative to the size of the artist. So if any of those questions seem a little bit intimidating to you, please just get in touch and we can give you ideas, because there generally would be a reason why you want to go there.
Morning, it's Anna Koto. Just wondering if there's any scope, going back to the good song question, to apply as a writer rather than an established artist.
So the artist does need to apply for the funding. But I would recommend for the new music development funding, that could be an opportunity to get involved. So under that, the producer who receives the grant to work with the new artist, some of the costs around that might be getting session players in and getting co-writers in, and that obviously would be paid. So that could be a way for you to get involved, but we do need the permission of the artist because they're the ones who are going to release it. So we want them to be the one that applies because they actually have the intention of releasing the song.
Any other questions? All right. One last question, right? We've got 3 minutes left.
Hello. Hi. Just in terms of the tours, when I've done a tour before, like doing kind of all ages venues like rugby clubs, etc., and regions, and the biggest issue we had was coordinating with local people to promote the tour, because the cost is really, really affordable if you do it like that, and especially if you bring your own PA. But are you guys able to help out with that side of it at all?
Okay, yeah. So under eligible costs, you can claim for your Facebook ads, local media spend, anything to promote it. Tour posters, those are all considered eligible costs. So things to promote with the tour. Whatever it takes really to get on the road. The things that aren't eligible, one music license, you pay it yourself, you're going to get the money back. PDs, we don't cover PDs. And riders is another one. So government won't pay for your beer.
So no launch parties, no beer.
But it's a really great question. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up before. Marketing and promotion for a tour are considered eligible costs.
One last question. Let's not all jump in at once. It's time? All right. Thank you very much. I just want to say a massive thank you to our panelists today. Like I said earlier, you know, these guys are amazing, so thank you.
Thank you all for all the speakers for that super informative session. You're always learning more things about funding. And so now for our next session, I'd like to welcome to the stage some people who are behind a new collective that was created last year called SoundCheck Aotearoa, and they're just going to get you up to date on what's been happening. So, Joe, Rachel, Deb, Lydia. I feel like I'm announcing a band. Thanks.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Joe. I'm here to talk about SoundCheck Aotearoa. I'm also General Counsel at Recorded Music New Zealand, which represents record companies and recording artists. This session is more of a presentation than a panel format, so apologies for talking at you a little bit. We'll try for some questions at the end, but we may not have a lot of time, so just to let you know, we will be here throughout the lunch break. Approach any of us if you want to have a chat, and for anyone online, feel free to use our email address if you don't get your questions through. So I have Deb next to me, Rachel and Lydia, and they'll introduce themselves shortly. So what is SoundCheck Aotearoa? We're an action group with a mission to foster a safe and inclusive culture for the music community. Our starting point is that action is needed to address inequitable representation, challenge systemic discrimination, and advance impactful change. We're a collective project at this point rather than an entity, and the day-to-day work is being managed by a group of 4 of us. Lydia's here and she'll introduce herself shortly. There's me, Teresa, who you've met earlier, and also Nikki Harrop, who is somewhere out there. Nikki's the General Manager of Rhythm Method and also on the Recorded Music Board, and is one of the 4 people involved. We've got the support also of several music industry organisations and government funding bodies, which we're really grateful for. So we've been talking about these sorts of issues for a while, but we formalised the cooperation throughout the COVID lockdowns last year, and really what that brought home to us was the vulnerability of many of our artists and workers out there in the music community, and the need for us really to work together on these issues. In August last year, we realised we needed independent specialist help, and that's when we met Deb and Rachel, who are next to me. So on the next slide, just a note about our partnership with the Māori Music Industry Coalition. So in recognition of Māori as tangata whenua of Aotearoa, and as treaty partners, we are working closely with the Māori Music Industry Coalition in everything we do. It's a two-way street. We want to integrate Te Ao Māori into everything that we do and to learn what we can from it, and also to support Māori with their challenges. The next slide has got quite a lot of words on it, but it lays out our aspiration. It includes addressing fair representation and equity for everybody in the music community, as well as looking at issues around discrimination, bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment. We've started by tackling sexual harm, and I'll say why in a minute. At this point, we just wanted to say, just to acknowledge that we're new in this field. Lots of people have been working on these issues for a long time with hardly any resources often and very little recognition. So just to say respect to those people who have been doing this for a long time. We're also conscious that we're a small group. We're not saying that we're representative of the whole community. What we're trying to do is really drive a wider process of a wider conversation and to bring in all the diverse voices from across the music community. So in trying to sort of explain what it is that we're doing, we are not trying to tell the music community what to do, but we're also not saying that we'll do everything for you. We're really here to collaborate and bring people together, hopefully resources, and so we can tackle these issues together. We're fully in support of people continuing their own projects, and in fact, we'd love it if everybody in the community could step up and play a role with all of this. So we decided for our first project that we'd focus on preventing and responding to sexual harm in the community, meaning sexual harassment and assault. At the time that we made that decision, we had findings from research of Massey University in partnership with APRA AMCOS called MMF Aotearoa. And there was some really concerning data out of that research around safety and sexual assault. So that made our decision quite easy. Safety is an absolute baseline for us, and we felt like we had to start there because we won't make progress on the other issues until people are safe. Under the health and safety laws, anywhere where you work is your workplace, and you're entitled to be safe from sexual harassment in that workplace, whether that's a bar or someone's house or a festival venue, and so that's what we're about. Before sort of getting into this, I should just say this is a topic that can be triggering for people. It can be quite sensitive. Just feel free to look after yourself, leave the room if you need to. There is a SoundCheck Aotearoa brochure, I think, out in the front, maybe on the table, which has got a list of support services that are available, and also online on our website, you can get hold of those. And I also have business cards in my back pocket, which I will leave on the front after this. So just to say that since we started our work, obviously everyone knows there's been stories in media and social media about incidents in our own community and workplaces. We've seen the launch of Beneath the Glass Ceiling, and that's given a platform for people to share their stories without fear of judgment or retaliation. And we've seen research out of Australia as well. We just wanted to stop here and take a breath and acknowledge the harm and trauma that some people in our community have suffered, and acknowledge their bravery in coming forward to tell their stories. We want to honour them, and we think to do that we need to admit that there's problems, and we need to be ready to apologise where we need to, and be ready to act to make things better. So what have we done so far? So we partnered with a sexual harm crisis service called HELP. HELP is not just a counselling service, so you can ring HELP anytime, 24/7. You can ring them if you're a survivor, if you're supporting a survivor, or you just want to talk about some of these issues. They can talk to you about options, they can give you really practical support. They can even go as far as supporting a survivor in person if they're going through a police process. So it's a very useful resource. HELP is external to the music industry. It's completely independent, and any contact with them is confidential. We also started a program of professional respect training, which is based around preventing and responding to sexual harm. It's a full-day interactive workshop run by Rachel and another expert, and we have obtained funding to offer the training to everyone in the music community, which we're really excited about. So encourage you to sign up for a session. You can do that on the news section of our website. We also commissioned some initial work from Massey around ethnicity in our community to get that piece of work started. We've been doing a lot of work really to make connections with other people who are working in this field, so both in our own community and also in other industries like screen and comedy, just to learn more about what's happening. So the sort of longer term part of our work is the review that's been undertaken by Deb and Rachel, who are going to speak shortly. To kickstart that, we ran a bunch of workshops and online and in person, and heard from around 200 people in our community. Had some really useful conversations and feedback, and thank you to the people who contributed to those. It's really valuable. We did hear through those conversations that some people didn't feel safe talking when we were there, the four of us, because of our industry connections. And we just wanted to say we acknowledge that and accept that that's a real thing. We wish it wasn't the case, but we understand that it is. And I suppose we feel that our role is to look to change things from the inside, and that that's an important role, and that the industry organisations are really committed to this work, which we feel is really valuable. But we've learned we'll also need external and independent channels so that people can feel safe, and that's a big part of what we want to achieve going forward. So, without further ado, Rachel and Deb.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks also to SoundCheck Aotearoa for leading this important work. Kia ora koutou katoa, my name is Debbie Teal. I'm an independent consultant. I've been consulting now for more than 30 years across the public and private sectors, often on cultural challenges and change programs. Most recently, I led the review of the New Zealand Defence Force on their progress on eliminating harmful and inappropriate sexual behaviour in the workplace. That's when I met Rachel, actually, in Rachel's work. Pass to you, Rachel, to introduce yourself.
Koutou, my name is Rachel Harrison. I've been working in sexual and domestic violence prevention and response for about 20 years. For the last 5 years, I've been working with people like the New Zealand Defence Force, New Zealand Rugby, the screen industry, and various other organisations and sectors as they work to eliminate sexual harm. The thing that I do and that I care about mostly is working with communities to change the cultural norms and the environments that allow sexual harm to happen. It's about building a movement, it's long-term work, but when communities care enough to do this work, it's incredibly motivating.
Just want to talk to you now about how we went about this work. We basically gave advice to SoundCheck to do an engagement or consultation type process, and the reasons for doing so, and there's many, but really important to gather the voices of many people, across the sector from the community. It's also really important because in doing so, frequently, the community shares what it's already doing, but it also activates other parts of the community, and it's really important that the community owns and leads this change, so it's not delivered sort of in any sort of top-down fashion. Also, it's really important because actually the music community, you are the specialists in your culture. You know what's happening out there, and you have some insights into what is needed to do to deal with the problem. So it was really important for us to hear from you. As Joe mentioned, we were engaged, so we gave some advice on a process, and we said, let's get out there and use a number of channels, so online feedback, online survey, face-to-face workshops around the country. We had attendees from all around the country participate. Unfortunately, the COVID lockdowns did disrupt a couple of the planned face-to-face workshops, and we went online. Interestingly, some people told us that was their preferred feedback, in a way to give it to us. But also we had a lot of one-on-one feedback that came direct to Rachel and to myself. As Joe has talked about, people wanted somewhere to talk to us where it was, independent. Overall, around 200 people engaged in the workshops. Men, women, gender diverse, members of the rainbow communities joined us. But we did have lower numbers of Māori and Pacific peoples in our workshops than we would have liked. But this is actually an ongoing area of work with 2 ongoing streams. Hui was held with MMIC, the Māori Music Industry Coalition, and they're in the early stages of developing a strategy that Rachel will talk briefly about in the recommendations part of our little presentation here today. There's also a Talanoa, or Hui, is scheduled for Pacific music industry people at the beginning of August, and that will commence this area of work. Now, we focused the workshops that we held on sexual harm because that is the more difficult or taboo topic to talk about and develop solutions. Sometimes it's the first time people have talked about sexual assault or sexual harm, how to respond, what prevention could look like. But we will say we did hear, about other forms of abuse, including harassment, including discrimination and bullying. May I pass to you, Rach, to talk through some of the challenges?
Thanks, Deb. Before we start to talk about the challenges that we found, I just want to briefly talk about research suggests that things like diversity, alcohol, healthy relating or not, equality and accountability are all important risk and protective factors to consider when we're thinking about sexual harassment within workplaces. So before we begin talking about the challenges, I'd like to thank everybody who shared with us about what they thought. We were really struck by your care for your community and your desire to make it different and better for everybody. We're not going to read through all of the recommendations behind us, but I'm going to choose several to talk about in a bit more detail. First of all, about the types of workplaces. People told us that the places you work are really diverse, that you're in recording studios and bars and music venues and hotels and festival grounds, in the back of vans, in people's homes, and in offices sometimes. They said that these environments created a sense of isolation, very little protection built in, and often provided opportunities for exploitation. The next point I'm going to talk about is the sexist cultural norms and practices. So we heard that there are some sexist cultural norms and practices still in place within the music community, and that these contributed to a lack of safety. We heard that sex still sells. We heard that women were being sexualised and stereotyped into roles that were exploitative. We heard about some roles for young women where partying was a part of their job, and the existence of terms like label girls and a female sound engineer instead of an engineer, which indicated outdated gender norms. Some of the norms around healthy relating that people talked about indicated that quirky was valued over healthy, and that people with power often had a sense of sexual entitlement and a lack of accountability. The next point I'm going to talk about is blacklisting. We heard that your community is a tight-knit community, and that there are high numbers of people who are contractors, and that there is a insecurity of income. Because of all these things, we heard that blacklisting is a serious concern for many people, both for the people who are experiencing the harm and for bystanders who are afraid to talk up. This meant that people had a lack of accountability when somebody had done harm, especially if they had power. We heard that in some environments, in many environments, bad behaviour had been normalised. Deb, handing over to you now to talk about some more of the challenges.
Thanks, Rachel. Perhaps some of you may be sitting here wondering how we draw through some of these themes. So I just want to say to you all that actually not all the themes are going to be talked about today and are on the slides, but how we do it is we actually conduct thematic analysis. That's what you do in qualitative research when you're looking for the patterns, the things that come out time again. So what we're presenting to you today are things that we heard over and over and over across the hui and the workshops. So I'm going to talk about a few more. So in all of the workshops, we actually heard about a lack of professionalism in the music sector itself, in the community, and that's at all levels. Much of the work takes place outside of traditional or formal workplaces, as we've talked earlier. So that's both structurally and that's physically. Structurally, artists, workers and professionals are often contractors or self-employed, and they do not have access to the protections, the resources, the policies that traditional employees have, such as an HR department, or their line manager. Additionally, across all the workshops, we were told that there is nowhere to go to report and seek support for incidences of sexual harm. So there's a lack of knowledge about whether there's anything within the industry or anything that's offered outside of the industry. People conveyed a desire for independent channels for support, whether for themselves or those affected, including people who have done harm and all support people. This situation is definitely exacerbated for contractors who are often less supported by traditional workplace mechanisms, such as HR. We also heard that developing a career in the industry means forging personal relationships with people in positions of power. Again, usually outside the traditional workplace environment and often in the presence of alcohol, which can lead to a lack of boundaries and blurred lines as to what is acceptable behaviour. We were told it's very hard to keep professional relationships when your job is to entertain out at different venues late at night. In fact, when your job is to provide a party. Also, that this is actually one of the few industries where it's acceptable or the norm to drink and to do drugs in the workplace. We also identified that audiences present risk to artists and audiences present risks to each other. We were told that audiences come to cut loose, get wild, and that affects the kinds of behaviours that happen in places with audiences. These challenges are definitely currently hindering the ability of the music industry to operate in a manner that is safe for women and gender diverse people in particular. And it has a greater effect on young people that are new to the music community. So now I would like to actually pass to Rachel and ask her to share some of our thoughts and some of our recommendations.
So I'm not sure if you can see them, but the areas behind us, the general kind of topic areas that we've made recommendations under, the final recommendations will be available soon. And just a note before we start, we've made recommendations even when we know that there may not be resourcing to be able to implement them. I also want to mention that we have observed a high level of community readiness for change. We were really struck by the care and the passion for people to do something about it. Many people have already begun work, and we commend them for beginning that. We believe that there is an opportunity to support existing projects and work to increase collaboration and to develop new work to end sexual harm in the community. Due to time restraints, I'm going to talk about a few of the strategies that we're recommending, but will be available afterwards for questions. First of all, the code of conduct. We consistently heard that people felt that there were no clear expectations of behaviour in the music community, and that there needed to be a renegotiation of expected standards of behaviour. Our recommendation includes the collaborative development of a code of conduct, not something handed down from an organisation, but developed collaboratively with everybody on board, built into contracts, embedded into your culture, and brought to life in meaningful and relevant ways, much like the Canadian Code of Conduct in Canada. I'm going to talk about resources next, just quickly. When we talk about resources, we're talking about relevant, tailored templates that anybody could pick up. Things like policies and daily briefings, posters, anything that you think will make a difference in changing cultural norms. This means that any venture, no matter what size they are, could pick up and use relevant resources already created for you. Culture norms initiatives. This is a set of recommendations about changing the cultural norms that allow sexual harm to happen in your industry. Various cultural norms shifting campaigns have been employed all around the world. Things like Men as Allies, consent campaigns like the Wellington-based Don't Guess the Yes campaign, champions projects, bystander intervention projects, and various artist-led sexual harassment prevention campaigns. We recommend developing a range of tailored cultural norms campaigns to mobilise your community against sexual harm and to promote healthy and respectful relating. Diversity and inclusion. Every group that we spoke to considered diversity and inclusion to be a priority action. We make a couple of recommendations about diversity and inclusion, but we consider that this requires its own meaningful industry-wide strategy. But we do want to commend the people who have already begun work on this within their own environments, and we look forward to the development of a strategy in time. Complaints, reporting, support and information. I'm just going to talk about those 2 points together. Across all of the workshops, we heard a desire to improve the support that was available, to improve accountability, and to have independent reporting processes. We know that it's important to have reporting options inside and outside of a business or organisation, and the processes need to be safe, transparent and effective. almost every group identified that an independent reporting process is important so that they are safe from blacklisting and repercussions. And there needs to be support for organisations to set up good processes and support for people going through those processes, and to make sure that anybody in the music community can deal well with incidents regardless of the size of the venture or how long it goes for. We've made a number of recommendations to improve these processes that are available to survivors, the people who've done harm, and all of the support people, to increase support, to increase accountability, and to make systems survivor safe. Within the New Zealand Defence Force, this is done by the use of something called a SAPRA, or a Sexual Assault Prevention Response Advisor. These are one-stop shops. They are independent people who understand the culture and the dynamics but are not a part of it. They are there for anybody who's affected, whether that's a survivor wanting to talk through options or go to court or instigate a restorative process, whether it's a manager who's trying to do some prevention or, after an incident, work out a complaints process, or if it's somebody who's done harm who needs intervention to be safe again. These roles support good process. They provide advocacy as well as link to existing services. The last point on our list is about developing Te Ao Māori prevention and response strategies. We recommend continuing to work with tangata whenua via the MMIC to support the development of a Māori strategy to end sexual harassment in the music community. And we recommend grounding sexual harm prevention and response in Te Ao Māori. As Te Tiriti partners, we support integrating the key learnings from the Māori strategy into the various elements of the wider music industry strategy. As we consider Matauranga Māori, Māori wisdom offers key opportunities for the prevention of sexual harm through concepts like wairua, mana and manakitanga. Finally, alongside all of our recommendations, we recommend forming a survivor focus group for ongoing consultation and feedback on the implementation of these strategies. I'm now going to hand back over to SoundCheck to talk about where to from here.
Kia ora koutou, ko Lydia Jenkins, toku ingoa. I am te kai whakahaere o ngā hui me ngā whakapātanga, which is the Communications and Events Manager at APRA AMCOS NZ. I just want to acknowledge that this is really hard stuff to hear and hard stuff to talk about, and hearing Rachel and Deb speak is always really powerful, and so we're very grateful to have their advice and expertise involved, and are always hugely inspired by how much passion they commit to this work. So thank you both. So what's happening next? A few things that we've already touched on, and I obviously don't want to repeat things that you've already heard. We've got the recommendations from Rachel and Deb in draft form, and we are working through them, and we're talking to people about them, and we're figuring them out. We will report back as with a plan in the next few weeks, so watch this space. I just want to make the point that if you missed the consultation, workshops, etc., it's not too late to give feedback. You can email us, you can fill out the anonymous feedback form that's on our website, or if you want to speak directly with Deb, her email address is on the screen now. I don't know how well you can see that. As Joe mentioned earlier, we've got professional respect training days each month in various centres, Auckland in June, Wellington in July, Christchurch in August, and more to be announced soon. So sign up for those, they are awesome. And as everyone's mentioned, there's also a talanoa for Pacific people coming up, and we're privileged to be doing that ongoing work with the Māori Music Industry Coalition. In terms of further practical steps, you will hear more from us soon about working groups for creating the Code of Conduct. As you've heard, a Code of Conduct will work best if it's created by the community, so we'll be calling on people to be involved in that. We're also prioritising the work stream around finding and creating independent channels and support for survivors, because we know that's extremely important. And we also want to note that we're committed to working on the diversity strategy and that needs its own substantial body of work. So more on that soon. I'll just keep talking. What can you do right now? That's probably the most important bit to get to, isn't it? People often ask us what they can do to help, and that's awesome, and we are super grateful to all those offers of help. And once the plan is in place, we will call on you again for that help. But while all of this sort of long-term strategy, blah, blah stuff is underway, I don't mean to call it blah, blah stuff, while that's all happening, there is things that each of you can get started on right now. And we've got some handy resources on our website that can help with this. There's a really great checklist created by Rachel of things that you can do and think about in your own workplaces and spheres. And then there's some copies of that checklist out in the foyer area, and it's available on our site. There are also some guides from WorkSafe on the legal obligations and what WorkSafe asks workers and businesses to do to prevent sexual harassment. There are some sample posters. There are wordings that you can include in event briefings. There's template policies and information on how to identify sexual harassment and what you can do if you want to report it. One really important point is that people who have experienced harm often will tell someone that they know and trust in the first instance rather than going to an agency. So one thing that we can all do is upskill ourselves about how to respond well if someone does tell you about harm. There's a great brochure about dealing with disclosures. We've got some here. It's also on the website, and it's also covered as part of the Professional Respect Training Days. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, one of the biggest things that you can do is keep this conversation going. So talk with your team about these issues. Make sure that they're aware of the support and the resources that are available to them. This is a huge challenge for our community, and that means that everybody has to bring the lens of this kaupapa to bear on every aspect of their work. We need to ask ourselves questions, we need to be proactive, we need to go the extra mile, and we need to make inclusion and respect and safety a priority. And yeah, I think we're out of time, but just before we go, many of you will be handling real life situations and supporting people, so quick reminder of the support that is available. That's on the website as well. There's also some flyers out there which list a lot of the places you can go for support. And if you've got any questions or comments, please do come and chat to us in the lunch break, or feel free to email us anytime. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe. Thank you.
We're about to start the next session. So Radio Around the Motu, we are going to be talking about the way that you service your music to different national networks. And by servicing, we mean how you get the music on air. You're all very quiet this morning. Did anyone go to a gig last night? Yes, excellent. See any good bands? I would hope so. Starting off this session is going to be the wonderful Blake again from Te Manga Pāho, and she's going to be talking to us about the iwi radio network.
Find a microphone. There we go. Kia ora again, tēnā tātou. I suppose this session in particular is talking around one of the other portfolios I mentioned earlier, which is the iwi Radio Network. Personally, I think the iwi Radio Network is so important. I don't know if anywhere in the world has what we have in New Zealand with the iwi Radio Network. So they are 21 autonomous radio stations, legacy radio stations that have been in the community for over 30 years. Each station. So they cover the entire breadth of the country, from right up in the North Island, Te Huku FM, all the way down to the bottom of the South Island. So with the network itself, you know, if someone did think about having their song on each of those stations, they are the trusted voice in each of their communities. So I do believe as a investment and as a partnership, it's a very important one to hone in on, and especially for our artists. So this is just an update on how best to get your waiata onto our stations. So over the last 3 months, these are some of the waiata that have been released. So as you can see, big majority of our investment has been, that have done well in the charts are the Waiata Anthems tracks. Awesome kaupapa, and I think so important for New Zealand to value and appreciate te reo Māori. I mentioned the episode with Holly Smith and Don McGlashan earlier, their translation of Bathe in the River. If you haven't seen it already, I really encourage you to go onto the TVNZ On Demand website and have a watch, not as a ploy to make sure that you all go watch our content, but instead it's such an important piece of content for Aotearoa. The process that Don goes through in translating his waiata, important for New Zealand to see. The depth of the translation, the process in itself, and how him as a New Zealander really connected to his waiata once it was translated. So if you haven't already, please go and have a watch. But just to go through a few, we've got Bick Ringa up there, we've got Mellow Downs, his translation of Fine, and some of our newer artists and who are becoming quite established artists. Maimoa Music there with Utua. Really, really awesome milestone, but it's been on commercial airwaves through New Zealand Music Month. I suppose the big question and the big, the big test, we'll see what happens post Music Month, if it stays there, if it goes elsewhere. Engari, really, really awesome tracks, and we're very proud of our investments in the last 3 months. On the horizon, really, really awesome reo Māori songs. We've got The Nudge and Troy Kingi, a new artist, Hana, NCL, Cyan, and Pere Wihongi, who is a member of Maimoa Music. But these are the tracks we should be expecting in the next few months or so for release. Kia manawa nui mai, apologies. I'm the head of content at Te Māngai Pāho, and under me sit our three, portfolios or priorities, one of them being Waiata Reo Māori, of which Nadia Marsh, who many of you know, she is a staunch advocate and is in your circles quite a bit, and I'm really looking forward to, coming in a little bit, coming in a bit more frequently, but she has put this awesome slide together for me, and just with her, with this slide in particular, it's around a new music chart. So if I can just read what she's written here, it starts in June. As with all the charts, iwi radio can have an impact. As mentioned to you earlier, the collective impact Māori radio has for potentially releasing somebody's track, it's a big deal. But it does require a collaborative approach, as there'll be more impact if all stations are playing the focus track. Charts give value to Waiata Reo Māori and measurement performance. So our goal for the next financial year is to have at least 5 Waiata Reo Māori in the New Zealand singles charts. If we can see the tracks in the last 12 months, I suppose. That's a goal that's pretty easy to achieve. And I suppose the impact, I want to go back to the impact around having Māori music, not only on the radio, not only on commercial radio, but just in spaces that New Zealand, in all spaces, in all places that we value content in New Zealand, the impact is huge. So we do have other tracks like the 660 Boys who have championed their translation of Don't Forget Your Roots, and look at their concert and using that as the kind of the song as part of their last set, their finale, I would say, with the inclusion of each of the kapa around Aotearoa. Who would have thought 20 years ago that would be happening and that the whole of Aotearoa would be singing every, the track word by word? For me, that's a massive achievement. Again, very quickly, just going over again our funding dates. So for artists, that recording and publicity, as mentioned before, it's a grant. It's not reimbursement, I should say. It's a grant with a couple of milestones that you need to report to, but basically releasing singles, te reo Māori singles, over 50% te reo Māori. So I encourage you, if you are starting on a journey, or if you are Māori and you do have it, you have it in your ngākau, to want to translate a song or to create a song in te reo Māori first, we're the people to come to. We also have the Waiata Takitahi round, which is a co-fund with NZ On Air, which requires 25% of te reo Māori in a single. In saying that as well, we do have, there are multiple other opportunities that do pop up throughout the year for breakthrough projects, which are EPs, tracks, EPs over 4 songs, but we do also release opportunities like that for artists. As mentioned earlier as well, our funding is split into recording and publicity, but also development and industry support. So the development of Māori waiata, because it is such a, presently, there aren't many te reo Māori artists, so it does require a lot of development, and so we do have funding opportunities for the development of all of these projects as well, which is a big thing for us. Now back on the network, back to the iwi radio network, for all artists that do have a waiata reo Māori or a Māori language waiata, I suppose the easiest way to get it onto your local radio station. Yesterday, actually, we had our quarterly hui with all 21 stations. We had over 80 people in attendance, again, from all of the stations that cover the breadth of Aotearoa. And I posed this question to them: what is the easiest way to get new waiata reo Māori onto your stations? And we're still a little bit old school in the radio network, so the easiest way is to email each radio station. In saying that, the support the iwi radio station does give to an artist is immeasurable. What does come with the waiata and putting it in rotation is also interviews. It's also, we provide them lots of funding for content as well, so there are awesome content opportunities with Te Māngai Pāho funding. But as I mentioned, if you do whakapapa to the area of which there's a radio station there, which, as I mentioned, there's 21, so surely, no matter where you come from, there is a local radio station there. I implore you to reach out, introduce yourself, and that's probably the easiest way to get your track onto the stations. Again, Te Māngai Pāho does also support waiata reo Māori, so if there's anything that we can do to help, we're definitely here to help. And Nadia Marsh in particular will be your go-to person. Engari, that's me. I think we're all coming back up on stage later on, so if there are any focus pātai for this fund in particular, tēnā kua pātai mai. Engari, tēnei au e mihi nui ana ki a koutou katoa kua tai mai te rānei. I nā te honore nui,
o te māngai paho kia tui mui a koutou ki te pahu atu ki a koutou. So thank you very much for having me this morning. If there are any pātai, I'm here for another couple hours or so. But that's me.
Kia ora, Blake. Thank you very much. I would now like to welcome to the stage Ms. Josie Campbell from RNZ.
Ngā mihi o te ata kia koe. My name is Josie Campbell. I'm the publicity manager at RNZ. I'm not even sure if all of you guys know what RNZ is. RNZ is New Zealand's public broadcaster. So we are, when I was a little girl and my granddad listened to what was then called Radio New Zealand, or Radio New Zealand National, it was a radio station. There's also RNZ Concert. Nowadays, RNZ is also a large website with a strong news component. I'm getting, you good? There's a thumbs up, but I didn't know what it meant. Oh, look, there I am, beautiful. That is me. And also we create a lot of video content, many podcasts. In fact, we won both of the podcast awards at the Voyager Awards last night. It was a very, very good time. But because I was here this morning, I did not go to the after party. So thank you for giving me a good excuse to be a sensible adult. Thank you very much. So RNZ as a public broadcaster, I guess, you can go and read all about RNZ, but they're about telling New Zealand stories, and there's a really huge effort to tell a broader and diverse range of stories as possible. And you know, what is music other than storytelling? One of the things, though, is that I guess when you're talking about music on RNZ is, have a listen. RNZ is primarily a talking station, which has music scattered throughout it. So we don't have as such a playlist, but it is possible for absolutely anyone to submit music to the music library. So what I'm going to do is to tell you a little bit about what I've learned about how music within RNZ works since I started working there at the end of last year, and a few other things that I learned in my previous life as a music publicist, because I found it was really, really, really hard to work out how to best submit music, how to best get interviews, and also who wanted what. So I've, I guess, as a publicist, I would connect with a couple of parts of RNZ the most, the ones that I knew were really, really into music. And since I've been there, I've learned a lot more about the other shows. So what I actually did in preparation for this session was I went and chatted to a lot of the producers. I'm like, what do you want? This is what I think you want. Is that what you want? So a few points from me on that, I guess. You know, a big thing is I think there's a lot of people, hands up if you're a musician, an artist. Yeah. And are you self-managed? Yeah? So most of us are, hi Lorraine, except unless you're managed by Lorraine Barry, you're very lucky. But most of us, most artists are their own manager, they're their own publicist, they're their own booking agent, they're their own producer, they're their own everything. And you know what? That's not a terrible thing, but it just means you need to learn how to do all of those jobs while also trying to have time to be a creative genius that you are and to make the music. So I'm going to tell you a few things about that. You know, I think one of the things to think about with RNZ and what's different to a music station, whether it's commercial or whether Sarah's going to talk to you next about Student Radio Network and in particular BFM, or the iwi radio stations, is that there isn't a music director who says this is all you're going to play. What happens is on the different shows, the producers and presenters decide what they're going to play, which means that you get to build a relationship with a whole lot of different people if you think your music might fit in with that. So it's pretty cool because it means that if you are releasing an album or a single and you think, oh, this could fit with RNZ, you know, and hopefully you've listened to RNZ to find out the kind of music we play, then you can actually just email that to musiclibrary@rnz.co.nz and they will save it. And then if one day people are like, oh, I really like that song by that act, they can look it up and they might play it on their show, especially if they've seen, you know, it's coming out this week or something like that. But for me, even when I was a music publicist, most of the artists I worked with were what I would call, I heard someone asking about the difference between emerging and established artists. I worked with people who were probably between there. So they'd released maybe an EP or an album, they'd got a little bit of coverage in the media, a few plays here and there fitting their genre, but they weren't on a major label and they weren't necessarily getting, you know, lots of TV interviews or anything like that. And for me, most of the artists I worked with were not going to be getting playlisted on a commercial radio station. Some of them would get playlisted on student radio stations, which is awesome because they are extraordinary supporters. So I would service songs to those media outlets, but the other thing I would try for is a spin in a chat, what I like to call a spin in a chat, and that's when, hey, this artist has a track coming out, here it is, would love you to give it a play, and they're available for an interview. And this is also why it's relevant and interesting to your audience, by the way, kind of thing. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the different places at RNZ you can do that, and just some good basic things on how to distribute that music. So I think one of the things that is really important to think about for any media outlet, including RNZ, is that it's the story behind the musician and the music that is most interesting for interviews. So, you know, it's really easy to get caught up in your own community and your own world, and I found this in different areas I've worked or socialised in, or hobbies I've had, or things I've worked on, or projects where you actually all, and it happens in music all the time, talk music nerd stuff to each other, and you forget that the rest of the world has no idea about the lingo. Most people want to know the story behind the song, not like the incredibly technical detail on how you made it, because that won't mean anything to most of them. So think about things like that. Think about your life and how the song relates to your life, how it might relate to other people, not just music nerd stuff. You know, other things which sounds like the most obvious thing in the world, but it's like just be super responsive and easy to deal with. So if you're asking someone to do a spin and a chat, make sure that you check your emails after that, because if they come back to you and you don't go back to them for a week, you've lost an opportunity. You know, super straightforward stuff like that. And be really, really clear when you're emailing people. And I would encourage you, if you're going for something other than just sending out a press release, to send personalised individual emails to people. Make sure that you say in the subject line what it is, and make sure it's really, really clear in the email right up the top what you're asking them to do. So if you're sending them something that's like 3 or 4 pages long, and at the very, very bottom, it's like, and it comes out next week, can I please do this? You're kind of shooting your opportunity in the foot. I think I'm mixing my metaphors and things, but you know, make it really, really obvious what you're actually asking them to do, not just like send something and hope that they'll be like, wow, this person I've never heard of might want me to do something, but I'm not sure what it is. You know, help people do their jobs, basically. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Another thing, my absolute pet hate is when I used to get lots of Facebook or Instagram messages with people who wanted to work with me, and it's like, my Facebook and Instagram is not where I work. Email. And, you know, absolutely every radio station, especially, and in case of RNZ, the shows, on the website you can find email addresses for all. Yeah, I'm not going to tell everyone how to do your area, Sarah, but the student radio networks are really, really good at having details on how to submit music as well. For RNZ, pitch to the producers. So, radio, there's the people who are on air, and usually, and certainly at RNZ, there's a producer, which is the person who basically makes it work, works out what's going to be on, sets up the interviews, organises everything, and those are the people that you need to talk to. So talk to them, you know, a couple of weeks out from when you're wanting them to do something. And again, in RNZ's case, most shows you can find who the contact is on the website and talk to them. And you know, the thing that came through to me heaps on RNZ, from the RNZ team as I was chatting to them, was that most of the hosts and producers really, really love music. They love New Zealand music, and they really, really, really want to help. So go in with that attitude. Hey, they actually want to play New Zealand music, but also if your music kind of fits with the kind of music they play on their show, that fits with the kind of people that listen to their show, you're going to have a way, way better chance. So do a little bit of research there as well. So again, the music library, if you've got a single or an album, Send it through. If there's a, hey, this is coming out on this date, don't play it before then, you know, make sure you send them that as well. So musiclibrary@rnz.co.nz. Now I'm going to talk to you about Music 101, which is RNZ's flagship music show hosted by Charlotte Ryan, which will be starting around about now for the next 5 hours on a Saturday afternoon. Anyone know Music 101? Very good. Music 101 is an amazing place for New Zealand music to get played, and they have a whole lot of different segments. So they just play some tracks, they play old music, they play new music, but they also have some segments where even a brand new artist might fit. So if you're hoping to get played on Music 101, firstly, have a listen to Music 101 sometime, and then you'll be able to be like, ah, that segment, yeah, introducing, that could be me. Or, yeah, this tour I'm doing for 20th anniversary of this album, maybe they'd like to talk to me for the mixtape, you know, so that you can work out where you fit. But you can, so this is a second email address that you can write down. music101@rnz.co.nz is where you send new music. Now, I'm not sure if this has been talked about already today, but for music to be played on the radio, it needs to be those high-quality WAV files, .wav. What I would often do is that, you know, if someone's listening to heaps of music and they don't want to download lots of stuff to see if it fits or not, is I would always send out a private link to a stream, so people wouldn't necessarily have to download huge files all the time, but they could listen, work out if it fits, and then download it if they want to. And that's probably easiest to do on SoundCloud. Things don't have to be public. You can just have a private link to send people. So what's really good to send people is a clearly labelled artist name and track name, WAV file, a stream, a bio, a photo, and a little bit about the song. And make sure that you say where it's coming out, when it's coming out, and that sort of thing. Now, there are many submissions for this. So what you need to do is make sure you give them why this fits, and if they love the song and they're like, hey, this is a new artist, they might do a 5-minute interview with you and run introducing. Very, very quickly, there's also a mixtape. You can send albums for review or for consideration for review to the sampler at rnz.co.nz. There are live sessions that happen both on Afternoons with Jessie Mulligan and on Music 101. There are also sometimes video sessions. They might even come and record a gig, but usually they come to you if they want to do that. And then there are a whole lot of other shows that all do music content, and by music content, that's a chat and a spin, and usually it's connected to a significant event. It might tie into, for example, New Zealand Music Month or Māori Language Week, or you are having a giant tour in celebration of something. So there are shows that you can have a look on. First Up, which is from 5 to 6 a.m, but they do pre-record, so you don't need to get up at 5 a.m. There is Afternoons with Jessie Mulligan, huge supporters of New Zealand music. Nights with Brian Crump in Wellington, if any of you from Wellington, often have a acoustic live session with New Zealand musicians of all kinds of genres. Lately with Karen Hay. Saturday Morning with Kim Hill is like if you are someone who can talk for 20 minutes about something really, really interesting. Sunday Morning with Jim Mora. And also, if you're a composer of classical or jazz music, or basically composition type new music, you can get in touch with the team at RNZ Concert. And they may also do interviews with you about your play, your musical event, and that's upbeat at rnz.co.nz. So that's a whole lot of stuff, But really what I was trying to illustrate is that there's somewhere for you. You need to find the radio station or the segment or the part of the radio station that makes sense and talk to them. Don't talk to all of them at once. Pick the right one. They will not like you if you hit like 10 people at once and then 4 of them want to talk to you and then you've played them off against each other. But people want to cover New Zealand music. They really, really do. So make your very, very best music. Tell people why it's great, and it'll be awesome.
Tēnā koe, Darcy. Thank you very much. I would now like to introduce for a speedy SRM presentation, Sarah Thompson from 95 BFM.
Do I need a clicker? Kia ora koutou. Ko hira tōku ingoa. My name is Sarah. He kai tohu hōtaka ahau. I am a program director. Kei irirangi poho ahau e mahi ana. I work at Radio Bosom 95B FM. We are Aotearoa's largest independent radio station. We've been around for over 50 years. And we are part of a bit of a crew. We are part of something called the Student Radio Network. There are 5 of us: Radio Control, Radio Active, RDU, and Radio 1. And with our powers combined, we can put your music out to quite a large listening audience. We serve our broadcast areas. We believe in the power of reflecting back our regions, but we also broadcast to the entire world online. So what seems like quite a small catchment can actually be quite large. These are the areas that we serve all around the Motu, and I have compiled, with the help of the people like me from those stations, a bit of an FAQ for music submissions. These are pretty much the questions that we get asked a lot. This one usually comes in an email with very little else in it. What sort of music do you play? Well, as Josie and Blake have covered, the easiest way to answer that question is to tune in and have a listen, but I appreciate you are busy creatives. You don't have all the time in the world to listen to everything, so here are some things we have in common. We, as I said, love to service and reflect back our local alternative communities. We really prioritise platforming artistry that we feel is not getting a platform elsewhere. So if that sounds like you, keep listening. We play music from Aotearoa at a rate of anywhere from 45 to over 70% of our playlist rotates. 70% is Radio 1 in Dunedin. Shout out Dunedin. And we don't do it because we have to. We do it because we are run by people who love to support their local scenes. I've made a sick track, will you play it on your radio station? Again, we get sent this quite a lot without any music attached. So attach your music, pretty please. Please send it to us via email. Email seems to be the winner across everyone that we've been speaking to, with, as Josie touched on, a streaming link and a download link for a file that is preferably WAV. Most SRN stations can also deal with FLAC. We love a lossless file. Basically, we want it to be as close to your master as possible. But if you must send us an MP3, minimum 320. Why do you need a streaming link and a download link? It's just a volume thing. All the people that have my job across the stations get submissions a lot. At BFM, I can't speak for the other program directors, but depending on the day and time of year, I will get anywhere from 100 to 200 track submissions a day. And they can be from anyone, from an independent artist saying, please sir, do you like my track, to PR agencies from American companies that want you to listen to 5 albums in a row. We obviously prioritise music from within Aotearoa. We want to reflect our communities back to our listeners. That's what they want as well. So it's purely a volume thing. We would love to listen to it before we know to download it onto our computers and then ingest it into our playout software. It's just a workflow thing. Why 320 MP3 or higher? Compression. You may not think you can hear the difference when you're listening to an MP3 and a FLAC coming out of your lovely home speakers, but when we ingest it into our playout software, it will get audio normalized, which makes the waveform go like this. And then when it goes out via FM transmission, it gets compressed even further. So give your music the best chance, because it's going to get crunched a lot. What else should go in the email? Not much. As I mentioned, workflow and volume of submissions. I love a succinct email. I do care about you. I do want to know where you're from and what you're doing. But I also want to give everybody else in my inbox the same chance I'm giving the email I'm currently reading. Definitely tell me your artist name. Definitely tell me where you're from. And release or embargo dates. Embargo dates are if you want the song to go live on Spotify or you have a video coming out, please don't play this before that date, that sort of thing. Possibly tell us connections to other artists or acts. I play bass with Troy Kingy in the upper class. Release gig plans. I will be in Auckland. Would you like to interview me? Links to your socials and pages, and a one-page bio as an attachment, preferably. As Josie touched on, we want the goods at the top of the email. If you want to tell us a lot of stuff, maybe put it in a presser as an attachment. Why do you need release dates? Well, in a perfect world, radio would have your single before anybody else. I know everybody tells you this, but we want to be able to listen to it and play it as soon as it's live. People love the new, especially on SRN stations. Music fans are always talking about who heard it first. I was a fan before anybody else. Give us a good chance. Why one track? Can't I send the whole EP or album? You can. It just depends what your priorities are for your release. When Coco Solid released her last mixtape, she released the entire thing all at once. And the person who has my job at 3 different SRN stations picked a different focus track, and she was then #1 on 3 different stations with 3 different tracks. She thought that was awesome. If that's the kind of thing you'd be into, that's great. However, if we had one track to start with, our radioscope weighting means that that single could have charted potentially. So it just depends what your priorities are, whether you're trying to get criteria to apply for NZ On Air funding, and so on. Help us help you. My track actually came out 2 months ago. Is that cool? Sure. But as I mentioned, people love the new. We're less likely to playlist something at BFM if it's over a month old. It certainly won't go on high rotate. Can you email me back and tell me if you're going to play my track? Sorry, no. Most SRN stations have a playlist update email that you can subscribe to, but other than that, as I mentioned, it's just a volume thing. Can you email me back and tell me why you didn't play my track? Again, I wish I could. I wish I could be part of the music community in that way, but we just don't have the time. Will it stand out more if I send bribes, gifts, call your cell phone, contact you on social media, appear at the station demanding to speak to the program director? Sure, probably not in a good way though. I understand that it's quite difficult to pour your heart and soul into something and then either get rejection or rejection's horrible cousin's silence, but this just stops us from being able to do our job. And if you were the person who wasn't getting attention because somebody else turned up at reception, taking up my time, you'd be pretty annoyed at them as well. This is quite frequent, but it's also not a question. But in all seriousness, jokes aside, again, I can't imagine how debilitating it might be to have rejection for something that you care a lot about, for your art. So please look after yourself. These people are great. There are many people who have had their songs played on BFM who use Music Helps as a service all the time. Look after yourselves, look after your art. Are there other ways your station can help me? Absolutely. Particularly SRN stations, because we love platforming new artists. We love interviewing new artists, particularly what Josie was saying with A Chat and a Spin. We do many station live to airs, and you don't need to be an established artist, particularly on an SRN station. We have things called Fancy New Band, where we want to give people a first chance at playing a live to air. We have off-site broadcasts and events that you can come and be part of in the same way. We also all have free gig guides. This will usually be another email on all of the SRN websites where you can just get your gig listed and then read out by one of the hosts for free. The emails, the magical emails. So this is us, all of the SRN stations with the email that you should send your lovely, lovely art to. All of these emails are available on our respective websites, but here they are for ease. And I had a chat to the other PDs. We don't mind if you send us a blanket email. If you're going to do an SRN email, just send it to all 5 of us. We'll be fine with that. You don't need to use our names. We just want the music. I look forward to listening to yours.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll leave that one up there. Thank you, Sarah. Now, we've run out of time for questions, but
Blake, Josie and Sarah will all be around. Oh, why, we can leave that one up there, because people might want to write some stuff down. Thank you, though. Blake, Josie and Sarah will be hanging around over the lunch break. Guess what I forgot to do this morning? I forgot to use the COVID Tracer app and scan in. How many other people forgot to scan in? Your opportunity at lunchtime is to go to those QR codes down the bar and scan in, because we want to look after ourselves and make sure we can keep having these awesome times together. We're about to go to lunch now. Now, if you just ordered a standard lunch, it will be on the bar at the back of the room. If you had a dietary requirement, and that includes vegetarian or vegan or your allergy meals, they're going to be out just behind the reception desk. So meat at the back, everything else out there. Remember, no smoking out there, but feel free to go out and sit in the rain if you would like over lunch. And just behind the reception desk as well, where the other lunches are, that's where you'll find Music Helps, and that's where you can make the donation for your lunch. If you can afford it, that would be awesome. We're going to be back at 1 o'clock. We're going to be talking about touring in New Zealand. Thank you very much.
good one, especially if you're interested in applying for that touring funding that Emily was talking about with the Music Commission. Because touring, I mean, I've been, working in this industry a long time, and touring, as much as you can plan, there can be the pitfalls, there could be the successes, and so we've got an amazing panel of experienced touring people who look after a whole range of artists who'll be able to impart their wisdom to you. So I'd like to welcome our wonderful touring panel. Yeah. Handing the mic over to Jason, our moderator.
Cool. Hello, welcome to the panel. So we're going to have a conversation around touring. My name is Jason. I thought we would just start by quickly introducing ourselves before we get into it. Do you want to start, Lorraine?
Oh, hi, I'm Lorraine Barry, music manager. I manage Dave Dobbin, Tom Scott, Team Dynamite. Oh, there you go. And somebody else. And I'm a member of the MMF and a mentor for the MMF.
Hi, I'm Gussie. I'm an artist first and foremost. I play in 2 bands, Mermaidens and Earth Tongue. And on the side, I work for Banished Music, which is a booking agency. And I also work for a few festivals as a programmer, Newtown Festival, Cuba Duper, and booking special events at the City Gallery in Wellington.
Kia ora whānau. I'm Emily Rice. Emily Looker, actually, is my name, but Emily Rice is my artist name that I go by. And Aroa Music is also a duo that I'm part of with my husband, who's over there with our baby. Yeah. And House of Misfits is another group that I'm part of. But I am also a manager. I organise our tours and have really enjoyed the organisational side of music over the years, as well as creating it, of course.
Kia ora. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Tautoko au I ngā mihi kua mihia I te rānei, nō reira tēnā rā tātou. Ko Ngāti Maniapoto te iwi. So my name is Nina Kay Tāne Tenoro. I manage my little brother, Tiki Tāne. I'm also managing director of our company, Tiki Dub Productions. We have a record label called Dirty Dub. We have an Australian company as well. And I am a member of the Māori Music Industry Coalition and a founding member of the 3MDI. What do we call it? Maranga. We've got a new name. Ka koroki ka maranga. Thank you, Wairere. And I also work in festivals and do a whole bunch of other stuff in the industry too. Kia ora.
Cool, fantastic. So I'll introduce myself, yeah. So yeah, my name is Jason. I'm from Dunedin. I am the events and venues manager for the Otago Uni Students Association. I also look after bookings for other universities in the South Island, and am a promoter and an artist manager and am on the MMF. Cool. So most of our questions are kind of a conversation around touring. I have got some individual questions for each panelist, but yeah, just jump in when you have any relevant answers. So I thought I'd start by asking, what are the key building blocks that you look at when you start planning a tour? What are the first steps that we as artists wanting to go out on tour should be looking at?
Okay, I'll go. I think the very starting point for everyone has to be, who am I? Where do I sit? Who is my audience? Where do I find them? How do I let them know? Before you even start the planning then of the actual touring.
Yeah, for me, I think the tour is always built around a release. So whether that's a single or an album or an EP. So once that's, maybe even once you've finished tracking the album, I'm going to start thinking about how I'm going to tour it, where I'm going to go. And especially now, I think we have to think really far in advance in terms of booking and getting dates, because especially post-COVID, people are really keen to make hay while the sun's shining, so a lot of the venues are getting really booked up. So I like to have a lot of time up my sleeve.
Yeah, tautoko what both of you have said. Knowing your audience is a really big one. As a self-managed artist, finding those spots that we know we can get an audience to come to our shows in, and a lot of those for us are like kind of off the grid places. We, with our music with Aro, we kind of have concept albums, so we like to try and find venues that really cater or suit whatever it is that the theme of our music is about. So our next project, for example, is called He Wai, which is stories of our waters and the creatures within them. So all of the venues we're booked for our next tour are close to a body of water, for example.
Can you hear me? Sorry. So we're kind of in an interesting position these days in that we haven't actually toured for a number of years with Tiki, and the main reason being that because his main priority over and above being an artist is being a live producer. So he produces a band called Shapeshifter. So he spends a lot of time touring with them in that capacity. When it comes to him as an artist, I mean, he plays a lot of gigs, don't get me wrong, but we don't tour. We just kind of pick and choose different gigs, whether it be festivals or whether it's, you know, a tiny pokey little pub somewhere down the bottom of the South Island or whatever it is. But the crucial things for us in terms of which gigs he plays is, number one, availability. Number two, whether he wants to play it, and then we begin the negotiation process from there.
How far out do you start the process? I mean, you kind of, Gussie and Emily kind of talked about, you know, when you're looking at booking your own tours with venues, how far out are you starting to talk to venues? Or Nina, when you're looking at the event side for bookings, how far out should, basically you start your plans for a tour or that period to be playing shows on?
I know for us, we pretty much as soon as we've booked it, because like I said, we're quite passive in our booking and that they come to us. We're not really out there hustling, but so we start as early as the booking happens. That's when we pretty much lock in the flights and the accommodation at least, and organise our crew. You know, those are the priorities: crew first, and then travel and accommodation, and then start getting the riders through and all that sort of thing from there. But you know, we've been known to grab a gig that's in a week's time and just go for it. So that kind of thing happens too. But definitely you want, you know, like festivals, for example, they are booking well in advance. So once one festival's finished, they're already booking for the following year. And they do it in waves, they do it in kind of tiers. So they'll book the meat of the sandwich first, and then they'll start booking in the other ones. So, but as an artist and as management, you really want to get onto it as early as possible, you know.
Is that any different for you, Emily, booking your own shows?
Yeah, I think we've really just learnt as we've been going, basically. So our first tour, I think I tried to book it only like maybe 4 or 5 months out, and a lot of the venues were like, "Oh, mate, we're well and truly booked up until next year." So I think 8 months minimum is mine, probably ideally a year if you can. That's what I've been doing. What about you guys?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the artist and the venue, I think. For my own bands, 6 months I'd be like safe, I think. But with other artists that I would be booking tours for on Banished, they might be quite a lot bigger, and the venues might be quite a lot bigger. So usually they've got kind of a really big picture plan of their release, and so would be looking at about 8 months out, sometimes even a year.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between the artists who are already established and can just slot their tours in, and then you have to bring it back to artists who are perhaps emerging. And how do you make your decisions? I mean, the subtext to the heading of this should be how to elevate your career or how to lose your money. So, you know, I think touring is not something, I know that artists want to do it, and I think as a manager I probably can sit on the outside. You've spent all that time creating music, you put your record out, and we all know that that can be released on Friday and it can be over on Saturday. So, you know, we can make lots of sweeping generalizations about how long in advance, but it really has to be your plan. It has to be for you. You've got to break it all down. You've got to answer all those questions and do it planning for you. So, you know, I think we need to think, should there be something that propels a tour for some emerging artists? Have you suddenly built a fan base and things are really happening and you're getting airplay and you're getting some momentum, therefore touring should be part of the plan? I don't advocate for touring at any cost. I had a challenging panel a few years ago where someone said everyone should just keep touring and go touring and everything. Well, I don't actually agree with that. I think that you really need to think about whether or not you're ready to tour. And artists, you know, they have ambitions and they have goals, and that's really fantastic. That's what drives you along. But I think you have to consider, is this the time to tour? Would I be better served if I waited until I had airplay? Would I be better off if, you know, I mean, the idea of you having a concept is something to hang your tour on and for you to build from. And that gives you a whole other audience, the people who would like to hear the story of the water and whatever else you're doing. So that's not just about the artist, it's also about the concept. So, you know, what is your plan? And that's where you have to take it right back to.
I think you have to consider whether you've invested in your hometown in terms of playing live as well. If you've only done, say, one support slot, then I think you want to be thinking more like, let's get the people I already know in town and who already know my music and put on a really great show, because then that word will spread and you'll have more confidence to invest in the other regions.
Another thing that we've found really helpful is actually working with great publicists. So when you've got your tour, making sure that the people that you're working with, the publicists, really get the kaupapa of your project and can help you target it to the right audience again. Because we've, like, that's, I think playing on RNZ kind of thing, that was one of the things that we had a lot of people come because they were like, oh, we saw you on RNZ and wanted to come to your show. So actually finding out, again, like getting publicists who really believe and know, want to support your particular story and your project, and then making sure you kind of do that side of it well.
I was just going to say I tend to agree about the hometown thing, but that's, I mean, for us that was the old school. We're of the old school. Back in the day when Tiki was in Salmonella Dub, it was all about playing Christchurch, and you wouldn't venture too much further than there. And we kind of applied the same thing when he went solo. And you go out and do your own posters with gluey, watery glue and all that kind of carry on. And but I think there's a lot to be said for holding a great show in your hometown, definitely. And then and making that the nucleus of your support, and then it's kind of spreading it from there, and being really smart about putting on a really great gig in your hometown and filming it and capturing that audience that loves you, where all your fans are, and using that footage as a promo tool for when you go and tour,
Awesome. So once you've kind of built a reason to go on tour and venture out of your hometown, and you've kind of, you've got your timeline, you're looking 6 months ahead, whatever, how do you choose where to play? And whether that's just main centres or smaller towns or regions, what strategy do you all have to look at where you should be playing?
Well, I guess if you've never played anywhere else before, you're probably not very familiar with the venues in each town. So I would look at, if I had never booked a tour, I would look at artists that are kind of similar to me, maybe similar genre, similar level, like you think you're maybe going to sell the similar amount of tickets, and just see what venues they're playing and do a bit of Googling to find out, you know, what sort of audiences go there, what their capacity is, what they're able to provide in terms of production, so backline, do they give you a sound engineer, and ask your friends as well, like, you know, oh, we want to go to Auckland, we've never been, so ask your friends, what's a place that is going to be, you know, welcoming and is a place that people like to go. Yeah, I think that's been the biggest, the main source of information for me from starting out has just been friends and people who I kind of see as role models who are playing in bands and booking tours.
Yeah, definitely with the research, that's so important. That's what we did our first time around, found all the artists that we really liked who were playing, off the beaten track a bit as well, which is what we like to do. And then actually emailing them and asking, hey, like, how did you find that audience, and like, how did you promote your gig there? And, you know, most people we've talked to are pretty open about, wanting to, support each other's music mahi, I think. So, yeah, we really liked what I think Albie and the Wolves were doing a few years ago, and I got in touch with Chris and was just like, yo, how did that go? How did you sell your tickets? Did you promote it through the local newspaper or that kind of stuff? And yeah, just don't be afraid to ask people, I reckon.
So for Tiki's first ever solo tour, we kept it quite small, and we did the main centres. You know, we were still feeling it out, like we didn't really know after releasing his album how people were going to take to him being solo, so we kind of just were a little bit cautious, just testing out the waters, and you know, went okay. And then the next one we did the same again. You know, we allowed a good period of time, released some more singles, you know, kind of grew a bit more hype, grew his social media, etc. And then we did the same centres, but then we decided to kind of put a few little towns on, like Kaitaia, you know, places that we normally, I mean that was more just, I think for Tiki it was more that he just really wanted to go up there, you know, he really wanted to see the community up there. He'd heard great things about the landscape and the people, and he was really intrigued to go and reach some of those people up there that no one ever goes to. So, you know, it's always something to consider as well. And I think that's been a big part of our journey, is actually just to build connections with people and communities that normally wouldn't have artists come to them. There's a lot to be said for that, you know, and when you go to those places you can really kind of just lean into them and go around and meet people and make strong connections and have a mutual impact on each other, so that they're like, yeah, that was awesome. We'll never forget that time that artist went out of their way to come to our little town, you know.
Maybe some of these things are a little bit obvious that I'm going to say, but, you know, the consideration of what type of venue should you be playing in. You know, don't go to some cool standing bar if you want absolute silence and for people to engage with you. Obvious, but it does happen. Yeah, things like your budget. Don't go and tour. Don't even plan a tour until you've written your budget. It's, you know, don't do it afterwards. You're going to get a terrible shock. How many aunties do you have that'll come along? I think that's one of the biggest problems, where expectations can be quite high. You know, I feel my music's fantastic and my EP is amazing, and therefore I'm going to pull this audience. You know, do your reality check. Really be honest with you. I mean, that's what a manager will do if you've got one, but if you're a self-managed artist, you've got to take on that role yourself, and that's really difficult. You've got to be self-critical. You've got to see where you fit, and none of that is a negative in any way. It's build from something rather than going in and not succeeding. And if there were two people and a little dancing girl at your show, don't take photographs of the audience. You know, hype plays quite a role in the music industry, and there are so many people that can say, oh, we're on our 14th tour of New Zealand. And the facts behind that may not hold up. And I think one of the things that we're all quite guilty of is looking at other people. I've had to learn really over the years to keep my blinkers on and to have my focus and to know where my artists are going. And you can veer off those paths. In fact, we always have to veer off the path. We have a goal, but we can take a little leafy side road, We don't need to always be on the motorway. So, just keep your eye on your own goal, because what you're hearing from other artists may not actually be true. And it doesn't mean that you're less than them. And it doesn't mean that you were less successful than they were. And it doesn't mean that they're setting the world on fire. So, please do that reality check. It's so much greater to step by step grow your career and actually have a career to grow than to go out and try to charge along with something and then find, hang on a minute, I've gone the wrong course here, and have to pull back. So maybe those are all very obvious, but the budget, definitely. I mean, when I'm mentoring and I say, how's the budget looking? And I sometimes get some looks, like, the what? Do you know if you're going through a ticketing agency? Do you know the inside and outside charges? Do you know what you're actually going to get from your ticket income, as opposed to what the price is of the ticket? What production is in there? I think one of the really fantastic things recently was the government giving the money for the venue fund and for the Music Commission. I'm on the board, so I'm connected, but it doesn't matter. The Music Commission is giving out venue funding, upgrading venues. These are the things that we need, because when you're an emerging artist, to have to cart your desk around and put things in and pay for stuff, that's just money that could be used some other way. And so, the venue upgrades have been an amazing thing, let alone the touring fund. Just fantastic. This government hears us. They know we're here. They know our problems. You might not think it's about you, but it is about you. Because every time something gets better above you, it helps you to step into that place. Cool.
So what I'm hearing, I guess, a little bit is that it's really important to do our research to work out why are we touring, what's the reason for touring, and then working backwards to build a timeline and a budget and working out where we want to go. When I think back to some of the first tours that I did, and some of them are pretty, when I think of my younger self, the advice I'd give myself, they were quite shambolic. And one of the things I was thinking was, we talked about some of those smaller regions and looking at the community that we might fit in as an artist and where they're playing, whether that's in a small centre or somewhere like Hamilton. Regardless, if it's your first tour, that's going to be a new town that you're playing. So do you have any tips that you might be able to share on how to engage with the community, your community or the wider community in areas that you haven't played before?
Support bands are huge. You've got to, if you're going to say Palmerston North, you have got to reach out to the venue and say, you've got to ask them for advice. What's a band that people are really loving right now, and are they going to fit with your show? Because that is just a huge asset. They might be able to help you out with some backline, even accommodation, and yeah, they've already got a fan base, so they're going to bring those fans, and those fans are going to discover you. And I've made so many good friends through support bands. Yeah, so it's just about not taking the support band for granted, and yeah, doing your research again.
For us, often when we go to, or when Tiki was going to towns when we were touring anyway, and we didn't really know that town or those communities, we would do things like a kind of a competition on Facebook, for a support act, and that always generated a lot of attention. Like, who's your favourite artist down there? Throw them up, put their links in, etc. And yeah, they would just go crazy. He'd do a little video about it. And so that was a good way to really kind of engage that audience down there. Obviously, approaching local media down there is another big one. And always think outside the box, eh? When you go into a new community, it's not just about the radio and the local papers and stuff. There's so many other forms of media and other ways to connect with communities. There's different organisations that you can go to. You know, you can approach, like for example, if your kaupapa for a tour is about water, well, you know, people who are into the environment are going to be really interested in that. So you could go to, and people who are into well-being, health organisations, local iwi. You know, there's so many ways that you can build relationships, because ultimately that's what you're doing, eh? You're not just going in and kind of, you know, saying hi and bye. You're really wanting to build relationships everywhere you go, and lasting ones that will grow and grow.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. We actually had one show down in Picton on tour in 2019, and we did a show there, and we'd done, you know, we thought we'd done a fair bit in terms of publicity, but we ended up having like probably the smallest show we've ever done. We still, you know, you still give it your all even if you've got 5 people there. So it doesn't mean that our show is any different than what it would be if it was 100 or whatever. But we had 5 people come along, and those 5 people were in the community living down there, and they actually said, can you guys please come back here when you come back, like once you've done your South Island loop, come back and play here again. And we like looked at the diary and tried to squeeze in another date there, and they were like, we will fill the venue for you. And they literally did, and that was amazing. We were just like the power of word of mouth. So actually knowing people in the community, and then actually, you know, asking them to help, you know, can you send it out to your mates who live down there? And yeah, that's a huge thing, especially in New Zealand. You know, we live in a small country. Everyone knows everyone, and someone knows, you know, someone who will know someone who might like the sound of your music. So yeah, definitely just get in there.
I also think there's a lot to be said for like shows where only 2 people come to the show. Like some of my favourite shows have been, you know, in just some tiny town, no one's there, but you make the most of it, and you kind of make that one person in the audience's night. So I think it's not always going to be a perfect tour, and that's how you learn what you're going to do better next time. And yeah, just building resilience is,
Oh, don't get me wrong, that's fine, but but the budget says it isn't.
It paid off in the end.
So I totally agree that, you know, an artist can play to 3 people and give the greatest show of their life. I totally agree with that. But I think we're trying to start at the beginning with some people, and therefore a little bit more 5 people maybe, 5 rather than 3. That would be good. Yeah, expectations.
That's good. Cool. I've got a bit of strategy question, I guess, and so this is my way. Might break off into individual questions. So Emily, I guess you've talked quite a bit actually about how you handle touring for your band. But if you want to go a little bit more into the strategy, I think like the idea of this tour tied to water is amazing. Do you want to talk a little bit more about your strategy when it comes to booking a tour?
Yeah. So Charles and I, Aotearoa, we do kind of concept albums, so we've kind of got the next 4 lined up for. We haven't started writing them yet, but we've got the dream of what they're going to be. And I guess, using that idea as a place to start when booking the tours has been super helpful in creating that vision of what you want your tour to look like. I guess our shows are very much storytelling as well. So we like choosing intimate venues. We don't go for the massive, the massive places, but we're all about those. Being face to face with people and getting to kind of, create a space where you can, like this, like we are right now, kind of thing. Like we can have a yarn. But I don't know if I answered your question actually.
No, that's cool.
I got sidetracked.
No, that is. Like sometimes there's real value in making sure that if it's a tour where the music needs to be an intimate crowd, that is what you're selling and that's what you're booking. And if that's your strategy, it's fantastic. Yeah. Gussie, how do you, both as a touring artist but also as an agency, work with artists? So like, how do you, is there a difference in the way that you plan your tours for yourself as an artist or plan tours for artists in your agency?
Yeah, I think there is a difference, but from working for Banished Music, I've learned so much that has made it easier for me to book my own tours. Even just things like having really good budget templates and strategies like penciling dates at venues. So maybe when I first started out, I'd be like, okay, so I want to go Dunedin, Christchurch, Wellington, Auckland, and these are the dates I want those shows to be on. And then going to the venue in Dunedin and saying, do you have the 9th of Jan available? That's just going to create a whole lot more emails for you and the venue booker. So that's just like a very kind of obvious tip. Looking at the period that you want to be touring. So I'm going to be available Friday, Saturday for every month of June. And then giving the venue all those dates and saying, which ones do you have available? And then asking them to hold all of those dates, which they usually don't mind doing, until you've put the jigsaw together with the other dates. So yeah, that's just a really practical thing. But yeah, the way it's worked at Banished is usually the artist will have a release coming up, or maybe the anniversary of a release, just like the recent Beast Wars tour, which was the 10-year anniversary of an album. And they will usually have a really clear idea of where they want to go and where has worked in the past. Then I'll suggest some different venues if they want suggestions. And yeah, then I just run with it from there. So getting pencils and then running that by the artist, and then eventually confirming the dates and moving on to marketing and advancing. Yeah, it's there's not a huge difference other than I'm probably pretty fast with my own tours, just knowing the ins and outs of the bands and the audiences. Yeah.
And Nina, as you kind of highlighted, your strategy is quite different again. You're booking festivals or events that promoters are putting on. So I guess do you want to talk about that strategy? Because quite often, you know, if you can build a tour around a festival booking or a promoter booking, that can be what makes your budget work. So it's a really important aspect.
Yeah, 100%. Like we do often book shows around festivals, but you know, often when we go to a festival, Tiki's plays two roles, and so because if he's been booked and Shapeshifter have been booked, then he's normally going a bit crazy. For example, Homegrown, he mixed Shapeshifter live, who were one of the closing act on the main stage. But earlier on, he had done an MC set for Concord Dawn on another stage. And so, yeah, he's a busy boy, you know, and sometimes we just have to be careful with that and make sure that he's okay, because it's a big mahi for him in one day to be responsible for not only emceeing an entire set for Concord Dawn, but also being the live producer for Shapeshifter on the closing, you know. So usually we won't book anything else that weekend, and so yeah, we're really cautious at times. But for me, it's about his well-being, and he's normally a really good. He monitors that for himself quite well, but there are times when he gets really jaded, and but that's actually one of the major determining factors for how we book stuff around festivals. But yeah, we have been known to, you know, he might play say for example a Soundsplash festival on a Friday night, and then we'll be like, oh, okay, why don't we just shoot over to Tauranga, you know, which is his hometown anyway, and do a show there on Saturday night. So we'll often do stuff like that as well, but only if he's not under pressure to play both roles in one night at any of those gigs.
And Lorraine, you're looking after a pretty varied roster of artists. You know, Dave Dobbin's audience is very different to Team Dynamite or Avondale Bowling Club. So, how do you approach booking tours across your roster? And are there major differences in booking certain tours for certain artists and certain genres?
Oh my. Okay, let's step right back. So 2004, I started to work with Dave Dobbin, and I think the first tour that we did, just talking about Off the Beaten Track, we called it Off the Beaten Track actually. So we started in Russell, and we worked our way down, and we played memorial halls, little civic halls, tiny town halls, dozens of shows. And there has to be a purpose, and the purpose, of course, was that this was Dave making a comeback, having sort of lain low for a few years. So with him, I'm really fortunate where we can play headline festivals, where we can go out and do beautiful theatre tours, where he can play catalogue, and for where people want to hear catalogue. Or we can go in and we can play in a pub for field days in a few weeks' time in Hamilton, where, you know, it's hit after hit and it's a standing audience. And so we're really lucky that it depends on releases, it depends on just things that Dave, you know, how do you make a man who has a 40-year career get up and enjoy playing live? And that is the joy of Dave Dobbin. You know, he plays a different guitar solo in Slice of Heaven every time I hear him. You know, he still wants to connect with an audience, and it doesn't matter to him if that audience is in Waipawa in a 350 capacity theatre, where they close the street and they put the food trucks in, and the window displays have Dave Dobbin signs in them. You know, I mean, you know, just he's a very fortunate man, and I'm a very fortunate manager to be able to have those opportunities. But I have worked with lots of emerging artists too. I worked with Nomad from Christchurch for 6 years until they disbanded. I managed Dukes for a few years. I mean, way back 2005, Electric Confectionaires coming out of RockQuest. So I have to, you know, turn a page and start again with every artist that I work with. So Tom Scott, I mean, no one tells Tom Scott what to do. I'm just his manager, you know. So we have our meetings, and Tom says, you know, I want to play at the Mercury Theatre for the album. And I'm thinking, really? Okay, we'll do that. We'll play the Mercury Theatre. And we go in there, and everyone is beautifully seated in the Mercury Theatre. And as soon as he stepped on stage, they were out of their seats. They were dancing. No one wanted to sit when Tom Scott played that gig. So again, there's these things about, you know, really what is it that you're giving? What is that connection, and how do you do it? And I have to, you know, we were really fortunate to get a grant for Team Dynamite to go out on tour just recently. And, you know, the first line of the press release, just looking at that, how do you sell your little story? I mean, the first line of our press release with Team Dynamite is that they are back from the musical wilderness. And here's a band who 6 years ago imploded, who haven't moved forward again, and who now have, you know, my hand on their back, and off we've gone. And we planned a tour that included Dunedin, working with a very fine man in Dunedin. But just to show you how things can go wrong and how you sometimes have to change your plans. So we had a sold-out show in Auckland, a sold-out in Wellington, the Christchurch show they felt was their best. We did Gisborne, we did Napier, and Dunedin did not want to know. So there comes a point where I have to sit and think, do I spend that money going to Dunedin to try to win people over? Or do you concede and you think the timing wasn't right, we obviously need to do more work, so I pulled the Dunedin show. Jason's still speaking to me, so we're okay. But you know, sometimes you do have to, it's like that thing about the being third pencil on a show, you know, we have to learn all those things, don't you? And you have to think, okay, am I going to fight this? Or am I going to look somewhere else? So, you know, just, I think maybe as creatives, you need to give yourselves time to think rather than create, and that is definitely the benefit of having a manager. You know, you're splitting yourself in two, Emily. You're trying to be the planner while also being this creative force. So if you do manage to work with a manager, there's quite a lot of that responsibility that can come off you, where you're still running the show, but you're getting the benefit of someone who is not making music. You know, we're there to help you plan and build and have a future and have passive income and new income and something that's going to still be with you 10 years down the line. So yeah, I have to put a very different hat on with every artist. And I know that some people like to work with one artist and give all their focus to it, and that's absolutely fine. But I think what I've found is I've worked with every sort of radio, every sort of venue, every type of journalist, and I'm able to constantly be talking to people. Because I'm working in different genres. So it has served me well, and hopefully my artists, you know, so I'm quite happy to have to think in different strategies for different artists.
Oh, it's interesting you bring up the Team Dynamite show, because I was going to raise that point, because I think it's a really good example of understanding the nuances of different centres, but also the changes that have happened in the last 12 to 18 months, because running student events or even the beer festivals we do, we've seen quite dramatic changes in the way that crowds are responding to shows, buying tickets to certain shows. Some things are working that didn't work 12 months ago, and vice versa. So I guess the question is, what changes or what effects have you seen out of the events in the last 12 months, both new opportunities or challenges?
I think we used to be able to blame internationals for the lack of audiences for some of our shows. Now we haven't got that excuse anymore. You know, you are competing, and again, musicians don't like to think they're competing, but you are absolutely competing. You're competing for people's money. You're competing for the venue that you're third pencil on. You know, the government funding has added a whole new layer and tranche of people that are just going out there and performing live. It's a little security blanket for people. It gives them the opportunity to go to places that they wouldn't have gone to before, but they now think, okay, maybe I could just pull this off. Maybe this should be included. But I'm not sure. There's definitely a groundswell of support for music, but I'm not sure we should pay too much attention to that. Just still keep your blinkers on and do what you have to do for yourself.
What about the rest of you? Have you seen any other opportunities
Well,
or challenges?
I'm thinking more about going to the regions, and that's been hugely helped by receiving the Music Commission Touring Fund. But I'm really aware of not taking that for granted and thinking, oh, now I've just got tours. My tours will be secure forever, and it's great. That's not going to be around forever, and I think it's just a nice little foot up to start exploring and growing audiences in the regions, and that's been a really positive thing that has come out of COVID.
No, I was just going to say, with the groundswell thing, definitely a huge marked, noticeable groundswell that has happened when post-COVID, and also noticing that the backstage kind of vibe is very different. It's a lot more amicable. There's a lot more love backstage, and I guess it's without that kind of distraction of international artists. We've come down a lot more to the ground, and everybody's really starting to connect and collaborate a lot more. We're seeing a lot more diversity in the performances on stage, because I guess people just feel like they can be a bit freer in what they're presenting, as well as including others. You know, we're seeing more women on stage and male groups and all that sort of thing. And yeah, it's quite exciting. I did want to just quickly say, I didn't quite answer that strategy question very well. When we do gigs now, you know, because we're not really touring as such, we're not creating, you know, one-off tours. We're just constantly touring. Our life is one big tour, but we tend to only go for guarantees. So just one thing to consider is that you do have the guarantee reality of doing a show, and then you also have, you know, where you're the one that's hustling for the profit, for the money. And so some venues you may be able to negotiate a guarantee with. You know, it's not necessarily that you're always going to have to do the hustling, and that it all sits on your shoulders. Some venues are very, very open, especially these little ones who are just totally screaming to have artists come. You may be able to negotiate a guaranteed fee, and that's really helpful, you know, when you know you're definitely going to get some money in the pocket from that gig, and that can help you to fund another show from there.
Yeah, and sometimes those guarantee fees can be a versus deal, so that there's a guarantee of a small amount, so that you know you're going to get $500 in the bank no matter what, so that you can build it around. But then if it does really well, there's a profit in it for you and the venue. So there are different ways of structuring those deals. We've got time for another question before I open to the floor. And I guess one of the silver linings of the last 12 months that I've seen has been the focus on mental wellbeing, and especially with Music Helps being able to be pushed, you know, into the forefare. So the question I had was, touring is often seen as this kind of glamorous lifestyle, but the reality can be quite different. It's, you know, sometimes it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in the back of a van eating fast food, drinking, partying. So what steps do you take to best ensure that there's space on tour to prioritise both physical and mental health with your artists?
So my husband and I lived in a van for 2 years to get our music career off the ground, and literally that's what happened. We were able to we were able to not have to worry about paying rent, basically, which meant that we could just go out there and gig constantly. And actually it was awesome. Like 2 years later, and we're living in a house that we own, which is pretty cool as a little Kiwi duo. But Charles reminded me this morning. He's like, "Remember my birthday? One of the birthdays we had in the van, I got him a Game Boy because that's one of the things he needs to kind of just like have his moment." I'm super extroverted, so for me it was just like going and sitting in a cafe and doing some writing and stuff. But that kind of stuff is so important to make space. I was thinking with strategy as well for us, like you find all the dots on the map where you really want to go, or where you've got this audience, making sure that it flows, so you're not driving backwards and wasting heaps of petrol money. If you're doing it that way, if you're flying and doing it other ways, then that's another story. But yeah, that's something to consider as well. Make sure you've got it kind of make your circuit work in a way that's going to be good for you. And if you can link in festivals, that's always going to be a great thing. And that's one thing with COVID that we've found. Actually, we've been more successful in getting festival gigs this last year than we ever have before. And I think part of that is because there's a smaller audience of people going, of artists and musicians going for these gigs. So
thinking back to the first tour I did, personal comfort was not a top consideration. We were mainly staying on people's couches, sometimes at the venue on like a stinky old foam mattress. And I think that you have to kind of consider the cost of personal comfort. So maybe spending that little extra more to get a cheap hotel is actually going to have a flow-on effect, mean that you get a really good sleep and that you're going to perform the best you can the next day. So that's a massive thing that I learnt, and and flying is another thing. So maybe you're looking at your budget and you're looking at the cheapest ways to get around. We're going to do a 6 a.m. flight because it's the cheapest. But that means you're going to be tired, and also you're going to have to buy lunch for everyone. Just these things that you probably don't think about. So I think, investing in your well-being is really important, because you're taking on, it's not just playing the show, it's the whole day you're working pretty much. So you've really got to look after yourself and be kind to your bandmates.
I think just really careful pre-planning can take out some of the stresses that, something always goes wrong on tour, but you don't know what that's going to be. So make sure that everything else is sorted. Make sure I tend to do my own schedules for the tour because I'm visualizing how it's all going to work. What time are they leaving home, and where do we pick up the van, and who picks up the van, and how long is it going to take us to get there, and when we get there, what time SoundCheck, and I'm visualizing every step of the way on everything that we organize, and trying to anticipate where the issues might come. Dave Dobbin likes to have a nap. Hey, you can have a nap, Dave. Who am I to hold you back from that? So I have to write in a nap after SoundCheck and before a show. And, definitely a bed. I mean, really to just be able to, I've heard of people who have invited musicians along on tour, and then they've told them that they're sleeping on a sofa, and, they're a 6'3" Samoan on a 2-seater little vinyl couch, really that thing about being kind, if you can do that. When I cancelled Dunedin, wow, we had nice hotels after that, so that was good. But can I do this all the time, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but can I just say that alcohol is the #1 scourge of the music industry. I know you like to relax. I know you like to get into the space. And, I think at his, maybe his Tate Music Prize speech, Tom Scott said, the first time I spoke to Lorraine on our tour, I called her up and said, where's the Jim Beam? That just, of course, have a drink, if that's what you want to do. But I really, really trust me when I tell you that I have met so many people who have killed their careers because of alcohol. So, maybe just take it easy on that. Oh, such a lecture. Oh my, sorry. Sorry. But really, afterwards, enjoy after your show, but be present and be there for your audience and be there for yourself. And I'm working with a band at the moment that alcohol nearly killed. So, just go easy.
That's a really good intro to what I was about to say. So, yes, absolutely support Lorraine with that. So I've been sober, substance-free for 20 years. It's a real big thing for our whānau. Thank you. And for me, it's really important as a manager that I'm sober, because my mahi can go right through till like 4 or 5 a.m, right? I've got to stay sharp, because come midnight, everyone's crazy. They're wasted on something, and I need to be onto it. So, and Tiki's the same. We have really strong work ethics in our whānau. We'll work our guts off, but at the same time, we've learnt how to find balance. And the things that can really impact on Tiki's well-being, apart from, the stuff on the road is normal for him. It's natural. It's fine. It's, lugging heavy stuff around, pressure on the brain when he's not doing production, all that kind of stuff, being on stage, all his looping, his setup, that's fine. I don't worry about him with that, because that's actually him being well. The stuff I worry about for him is the media stuff can sometimes get too much, you know, when he's putting himself right out there and a story gets picked up and shared 500 times and then we start getting a bit of flack. That's the stuff that starts to impact on him psychologically and emotionally. So we're really cautious with media, and we're really staunch with media as well, you know, like we're not afraid to say to them, if we're going to engage with you in this, we want to see it before you put it out there, and we want to approve it. And they go, what? You can't do that. And we go, yes, we can. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. So we have become really, really clear that his well-being is far more important to us than then having a good story, you know, and it's okay to do that. You absolutely have to do that. Same with anything. Anywhere we go, the priorities, and it's humble requests. We don't ask to turn up and have, you know, couches and PlayStations and bloody, bloody, blah. We just want the basics. And the basics are things like water, good, healthy food, minimal alcohol. You know, the alcohol is more for our crew or our band who really want it. And the other thing is afterwards, the signing stuff. Tiki loves to go out into the crowd and do some signing and interacting, but there's a line, you know, after he's given everything on stage, there is a point where it gets too much. So my job also is to kind of monitor that and check in with him after every couple of people. You're right, bro, you're right. Because some of them have really unreasonable requests, and I've also got to be there to facilitate that and say to them, actually, sorry, he can't do that for you, you know, because some of them are just right out there. But well-being is crucial. It is crucial. I feel like it's the most important part in terms of caring for yourself as an artist, and for us in our mahi as management. Well-being is crucial. If you do not have a well artist, then you don't have much going on, right? You know, and so it's our responsibility to take care of their well-being in every aspect, holistically. You know, not just that they're eating well and they're not drinking too much and they're not going to snort that line of who knows what that someone gave them, but also that stuff around energy, spirit, you know, their family, making sure that things are okay for them on the home front, checking in on them, is everything okay at home? All that kind of stuff, and just genuinely caring, but also around their assets, you know, making sure the well-being of their assets is taken care of and that they are protected wherever they go in that sense too. So yeah, kia ora.
Awesome. Perfect. Do we have time for questions? No? Cool. All right. I just want to thank the panel. I hope it's been as interesting for you guys as it has for me, but thank you so much.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing from now on. I'm going to be scheduling myself a nap when I put together tours during the day. When I first started in the music industry, 28 years ago, really what we wanted for our bands was to work with an international producer, because we felt that the international producers were the ones that were going to really add that sparkle to our songs. But it is not that way anymore. Like, our local producers are working with international artists. And they are doing it, I mean, we have had COVID, but by choice, a lot of them are doing it from their houses. And we've had a new New Zealand Producers Association form, and we've even got our moderator today is a lawyer who specialises in producers and producers contracts. So for our next panel, I'd like to invite to the stage all our speakers. I feel like I should have got them on the side first. Come on down. Here you go.
Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Anywhere's good, I guess. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name's Joel Tashkoff, and I am an entertainment lawyer at Dominion Law. I'm also a producer, producing under the name Choice Vaughan, and I have the privilege and the pleasure of being seated next to these three amazing producers, artists, guys that are working at the top of their game and rubbing shoulders with some of the industry's heavyweights. Right next to me is Liam McAllister, producing as LMC. Next to Liam is Paloma Schneiderman, producing and performing under Polly Hill. And on the far end, we've got Te Whiti Warbrick, known as Sick Drums. I guess I'll just kick it off by asking, how did each of you first get into production? What was the thing that got you hooked? How did you start?
I guess I'm first, eh? Well, I was first a skateboarder, and so the thing with skating is like music is like ingrained in the skate culture, and so when I'd skate, I'd listen to music, and I'd listen to hip hop, and like we'd record videos, and like hip hop would be the soundtrack to the video, and so like from the beginning I was like into hip hop and loved music from that. Anyway, I like broke my leg like twice skateboarding. And when I broke my leg, I was like, damn, what can I do? Because I can't do anything. And I'm like, oh, I like hip-hop, so I'm going to start making music. I bought an MPC. I sold my Xbox for it. Ended up being a really good decision. And I ended up doing music, and it's, like, way safer than skating. So I just, like, stay in my room now and do music instead of, like, ollie down 11 stairs of, yeah. If anyone knows what an ollie is, yeah. But yeah, so that's how I got into music anyway, from skating and the culture of skateboarding.
Was that similar with you guys? Was there like a moment that got you into it, or was it something that just sort of happened?
Nah, I always wanted it, but like I always wanted to produce, but never thought that I would have a place as a producer. Not being musically trained and being a woman as well, I was like, there will never be like a space in the industry. But then I taught myself how to produce out of necessity, because I was tired of waiting for beats, and I was tired of kind of feeling silenced in a room, I guess, essentially. So I was just like, well, fuck it, I'm going to do it myself then. So I started doing it myself.
Oh, there we go. Sure. Well, I guess for me it happened like organically. Growing up, I always wanted to be an animator. I was really good at drawing and stuff. And I'd sit in my room drawing pictures, listen to music. And then I sort of just developed into just banging on the table, making beats with my hands, and, you know, getting told off by my mum, "Stop the banging, what are you doing?" I was like, okay, sorry. And while I was at high school, I just saw some dudes making some stuff for like school songs and things like that on a program called Fruity Loops, and I was just so intrigued, like, wow, is that how you make beats now? Like, is that how I get to make the same sounds that I'm hearing on songs that I like? And that's really what drew me to like want to make beats. So I just taught myself, you know, and just picked it up.
Yeah, I remember the first time I realized like what Kanye was doing was using old songs from the 70s and like morphing them and changing them into his own beats. I know, Whiti, you use a lot of samples in your work. Is that still something that you use today, or?
Yeah, bro, daily. And it's different now, because when I first started, there wasn't sites like Splice where you could just go on and search for a sound that you like and use it without having to pay a massive sample royalty, sort of thing like that. And so it's all available now to just dive in and use, and I do it every day, you know. Yeah, still to this day.
Yeah, I guess like, even though we're in New Zealand, which is the corner of the world, the bottom of the Pacific, the internet has really been a big leveler in allowing us to get exposure and get in front of, you know, different people and different opportunities. How have each of you found that to really help you in the way that you guys have managed to operate as producers?
Well, for me, like the coolest thing about the internet, especially with like COVID and everything, is collaboration. And the internet recently has actually made it so easy to collaborate with, like, you know, just like Splice. I have people from America send me loops or like project files, and I'm in New Zealand, and we'll work on them together, and then we will then send them out to an artist that could be in Europe or Germany or Russia or just like anywhere in the world. And so I've got a lot of like really close relationships with artists that I would have never had if it wasn't for the internet. yeah, there's like no boundaries really for the internet for collaboration. It's been really awesome that way for me.
Is that the same for you, Paloma?
Nah, not really, because I sort of am a self-serving producer. I haven't really branched out into that kind of collaboration, but I will say, like, resource-wise, the internet has been like wild. Like, I spend my days, not my days, probably my nights, like in the darkest places of YouTube, like doing like what I would call virtual crate digging, like trying to find something with under like 5,000 streams, and usually it's from like the Soviet Union, like 60s. It's like the weirder the better. So for me, the internet has been wild and like actually branching out those sorts of resources, and I guess getting seen and heard. Of course, like it's totally revolutionized that. So yeah.
That's awesome. But for anyone that doesn't know, Piti, do you want to explain what Splice is and why it's so important?
Splice is like a site where people upload multiple like packs of sounds and stuff, and you can go in and just, you can either download the whole lot of the sounds, or you can download single ones that you like. You get to preview every single sound yourself, and it downloads straight to your computer, and you can just drag and drop them straight into your workflow, and just, you know, it's crazy. It's simple, fast, easy, and effective.
I would be worried that other producers will use the same samples. Do you just chop them up heaps?
Well, yeah, that's what I do. I take the sample, I like it, and most of the time when I have a sample, I won't use it the way that it sounds. I'll like part of it and chop it, reverse it, you know, pitch it, do heaps of crazy stuff to it just to make it my own, you know. And like, yeah, that's the thing with the internet, is that's how you get seen now. Is you upload, you share, you got social medias, all these different types of ways you can share it, and that's how like we're getting out there.
Yeah, and I guess that's been instrumental, especially for you in kicking off your career, right?
That's how I was found.
Do you want to go into a little bit of detail as to, you know, that sort of genesis of? Because
Well,
if you guys don't know, this guy's worked with Lil Wayne, Ella May. Like, if you go on his Instagram, you can look at the list of certifications for gold and platinum songs that he's worked on. It's actually really impressive. I think he's one of New Zealand's best kept secrets in terms of production.
Thank you.
But yeah, anything like, how did that all kick off?
Well, first I was making beats, just, you know, my bros shared, you know, on broken computers, broken headphones, stuff like that. And I never really knew that there was a community out there just like me, trying to make beats and trying to do something with it. And then I found SoundCloud and started uploading there. And once I hit SoundCloud, I just, like, that's where I saw you, that's where I saw this guy. Just, there's heaps of us out there just doing the same thing, and we all want the same result, you know, just get seen and heard. And it was kind of like the golden era of SoundCloud, where it wasn't so saturated. You could follow the people that you liked, and you could, you know, keep up to date with what they were doing. Nowadays, there's like so many different sites that are like that. It's just kind of like pick your taste. And so that's how I was found. Did a few things with some New Zealand artists, and that caught the ears of some people overseas, and it just grew from there. And I just went hard because it's what I wanted.
I guess it's amazing now, like, with the internet being there and being able to be seen, those sort of things are a lot more attainable. And, you know, Liam, I know you've got your own story of working with some major label artists. How did that come about for you? You've worked with Little Skies, Quando Rondo, Kevin Gates. What changed from putting beats on SoundCloud to getting to the point where you're actually working with these guys?
Yeah, well, I think like with SoundCloud back in the day, like I used to always listen to Sick Drums like beats and your beats. You guys like inspired me here, which is crazy. But it's like a little bit of luck, but then a little bit of like consistency and skill at the same time. Like I was still uploading to SoundCloud maybe once a week, and then I caught the attention again, like Sick Drums, of a producer from overseas. He emailed me and he's like, "Hey man, I got like 3 songs in the top 100 right now. Let's work. I love your production." And like I replied to the email thinking it was fake, because you know how you get like so many of those fake emails, and like I was like, okay, bet, like I'll send you something, and it was like real loose, like convo, wasn't official or anything. Anyway, I sent him maybe 4 beats that we collaborated on back then, and I got my first big song with an artist called Rich the Kid. I was already following him on Instagram, and so one day I was just like scrolling my phone on Instagram, and he uploaded a snippet of a song, and it had my producer tag, and I was like, oh damn, this is like my beat. And like, so my beat somehow found its way to Rich the Kid from New Zealand. And yeah, then I wasn't really producing much hip hop, it was more electronic music. So it was like so lucky, but also like a lot went into making that happen. But it was like a pretty crazy experience, and that song ended up being on the platinum selling album. And then after that, I kind of just kept doing it.
I guess the connections that you're able to make are so important for sustaining the momentum that you've got in your career and moving on to the next step. But even locally, what value do you place, especially Paloma, like on the community locally to give you that platform to feel like you can go on and do these amazing things?
Yeah, it was buzzy. Like, I wasn't like in the musician space. Like, I started making music quite late in the game, and when you do find that community, it's quite like game changing. I've had heaps of people, like, I always thought, I had the preconception that I was going to be like sort of ostracized, but I always have people gassing me up and like making space if you want to come like jam, if you need facilities, like we got you, which is cool. And I think again, like particularly with something like a global pandemic, you're looking more locally, so that kind of community just grows tighter. There's definitely like, it's been harder to find like women producers and women like to collaborate with, or to like, and I'm sure they're out there, but maybe we just
need
like
more.
yeah maybe we just need more like facilities or like space or acknowledgement or something, because no tea, but 9 times out of 10 if I'm doing producer stuff, it's a room full of dudes.
Yeah, and you're the only non-dude on the stage, and I think all the other panels today have been majority non-dudes. How does that make you feel as someone that's, trying to carve out your own identity, but you're also kind of going against the grain and carving a way for hopefully more people to come behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating at times. That even just before, like, Mans, who's probably in the crowd now, came out and he said to you, and it was the 3 of us, he was like, do you bros make like beats? What programs do you use? And I was totally blanked, like, which is, it's just an assumption that, or like people don't even know that I produced my EP that I just dropped, because that is the presumption. And I knew it was going to be like this because I geeked out on like Bjork or MIA, who say like Bjork spent 3 years producing Vespertino album to get like a co-engineer or producer in the last 3 days of the mix, and he got the full credit for it. And that's the type of shit that happens all the time. So there is like, it's not that I don't want to like collaborate, I do, but there was like a real test that I had to prove to myself that I could be the sole producer on this track, just because we can do it. And now with like DAWs and the internet, like there's equal playing fields now, and there should be more women producing. Yeah, I mean, I think producers traditionally anyway, like, get kind of the raw deal, like, like, you guys' credentials are crazy, but, like, always the, like, the singer or whatever gets, like, the space, and then amplify that for a woman producer, it's, like, 10 times over. But I think, like, there's more space being created now, like, especially with, like, credits on Spotify and stuff. Like, I always... Do you find you're always looking at the credits on Spotify now? I never used to, but now I'm like, who produced that? I don't know. You can find it if you look for it.
Yeah, the distinct thing is they're not always correct, right? It depends on kind of who uploaded them.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that. I've been credited lots.
Sometimes they're not even there.
But I think going back to what Polly said as well, my girlfriend is actually in the room over there. She's an artist, and anyway, in lockdown, she started producing. And by the second week, she was like absolutely fire, and we were like collaborating on beats. And I think we need to look at like people like Polly. She does her whole song, and it's like as inspiration. And it's just like I could never do a whole song. I think these women are amazing, and it's really a testament to their power.
Yeah, and I guess like coming up and deciding that you want to be a producer, you're going to have your favorite producers. And the generations before us, there aren't a lot of women producers. There are a couple of really good ones now that are getting the credit that they deserve, but it's only really been recently that they're being recognized as they should.
Well, maybe there are, and we just don't know about
Exactly.
them. Like there's like documentaries and coming out. Like I know there's like Sisters with Transistors and stuff, and there's another one which is directed by a New Zealand director, I think. What's it called? Underplayed, of course. And there's just like these women that have been pioneering sound that are totally slept on, and I think maybe our heads are going to turn a little bit going forward. I hope.
I mean, shout out Wonder Girl as well. Like she's literally my favorite producer right now. She produces like Travis Scott, and she's
Drake.
found her own sound, like that no one's ever done before. And man, if you don't know who she is, like check her out because she's so.
You would have heard her before for sure.
You would have heard her music definitely, but yeah.
Wasn't her like first song she got picked up on Magna Carta Holy Grail, like the
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z like
Amazing.
handpicked it.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I think, you know, the more shine that is rightfully given to female producers and what they've done, hopefully things will start to change where they are in lights a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, and I also don't think it's like the only thing like you want to be known for. Like I'll often get, oh, you're good for a female. Like it's always like that separation, and you don't want to be defined by like your gender, whatever that even is. But also what I will say is there are real advantages that you can take by being like someone underrepresented. Like if I have to fucking scam and like, you know, do a couple of things and get a couple of opportunities because women aren't being seen, then I'm going to scam and I'm going to take those opportunities. And I encourage other women to do that too because, you know, I think we deserve it.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think would be the most encouraging thing for someone wanting to get into production? What sort of advice would you give them?
Just start, eh? Just start. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I was trash for like years.
Oh yeah, same.
It's just horrible.
Yeah, unlike my girlfriend. It was like fire in the first week.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, and just like, just make heaps of stuff, like make heaps of content. Like, it's not all going to be good, but like you might revisit it and find something in there that like works for something else.
Yeah, you go through 10 shit beats till you get a good one. Yeah. That's like that for me anyway. And just to be prolific, keep producing, keep doing it, keep getting better, and just keep the drive there. Because the drive at the end of the day is what's going to take you to the next level. You just got to keep pushing.
And also, like I always send out the beats I don't like, as well as the beats I love, and like 9 times out of 10, the artist always picks the beat I hate.
Yeah, they pick the dumb ones, eh? Yeah.
I read something about, I don't know what producer it was, but when they started, they would just recreate other people's beats with the software, like try and match it. And I feel like that would at least like subconsciously like influence your like knowledge or your skill set or something.
Yeah, for like the first year that I was producing, all I did was remake Boy Wonder beats, who works for Lil Wayne, Drake, and all that. And he's the man, and I just picked apart his brain by picking apart his beats and just learning how to emulate that same sound and then just making it my own. And, you know, just creating from there.
I guess there's a lot more resources out there now as well. Like if you go on YouTube and search a tutorial on how to do anything related to music production, you're probably going to find 3 or 4 really good videos.
Yeah. If you don't understand one tutorial, there's 50 more explaining the same thing in different ways. You'll find the one that you will understand, you know? Yeah.
How has that changed from when you guys first started? Because I think back when we first started, there wasn't really a lot out there, right?
I guess it's just become more common and people have gotten used to wanting to share what they know about stuff because there's a lot of people that don't know. And if you don't know, you don't know. You just got to go and find out. You got to have a look, you know? And it's as easy as just going on Google. If you want to know something, type it in. There's a link, it'll pop up, and that link will take you to other links. And you can. I've spent hours upon hours just rolling through YouTube, learning and learning. Like I'm always the student, bro, just learning. You know? And you just have to have the drive to keep doing that and learning and doing better.
I guess a lot of people will see the accolades and releases and all of the celebratory moments that are the result of your hard work. but what kind of grind and work ethic does it take behind the scenes to get it to that point? Do you guys have routines that you stick to? Do you have set practice schedules, or how does that sort of fit into your day-to-day?
For me, I'm kind of lucky because as a person, I'm like very OCD. And so like I'm not the casual musician where like I can make beats till like 4 a.m. I have to keep a routine, and I think that has been almost like a blessing in disguise for me, because I've been able to keep a healthy routine and like get sleep and like do work and do it all healthy. Like the 24 hours like grind, no sleep, I think that doesn't work sometimes. I think we need to like keep our minds healthy and like get outside, even though it's hard sometimes. And just like go to shows, like support like local gigs. Yeah, I think that stuff's like really important. Has been for me anyway, and like keeping sane in a music industry that can be pretty rough behind the scenes.
I'm the opposite, so I'm that person that you were describing.
I wish I could be like that, trust me.
Like, when they have that term, like bedroom producer, like I will literally be in my bed with my beat pad, like with disturbed posture, just going hard. And that's mainly because producing is just one of the things, because I think when you start out, or lots of New Zealand artists have to wear multiple hats because it's the arts, so you know we gotta eat too. So often the windows I can find to actually make music is at 11 p.m. at night, and that just like goes on forever, which is kind of therapeutic. And also like the coolest thing about production that I've never clocked in like writing or the filmmaking, which is probably my main job to be honest, is you have to be so present when you produce. Like it is the only time where you're really like within the process that like everything's happening then and there, and I love that, and I find I come alive at night to be present like that.
Well, like in the beginning, I was full on like that, doing all-nighters, just going hard, creating, spending as much time as I could, a lot of sacrifice. But now I have 2 kids, shout out my kids and my wife, they're watching. And so it's sort of changed to like a 9 to 5 sort of thing now. But when I have to, I'll stay up late, be up at the same time as the Americans getting shit done. But yeah, it's sort of like, it's part of my everyday life now, as well as my family. Yeah, so just keep it rolling.
Mm. And you mentioned like working with artists overseas. Maybe you can go into a bit more detail as to what that experience has been like, because I know you've got some pretty crazy experiences having gone to LA and worked with some people that are really solid in the industry.
Yeah, when it comes to that, it's teamwork really does make the dream work, and I've been a part of a crazy special team who have helped me every step of the way. And so yeah, I'd be doing those all-nighters, doing the beats, sending packs, and they'd be up at the same time I'm going to sleep. They'd receive the beats, they'd send them out, they'd do their thing, and that's just how it's been for me. And like, yeah, they connect with the artist, they have the rapport with them, send it back to me with more information on, oh, they like this, they like that, and so I'll just work on that, develop more sounds, do more, and just smash it out. Whatever comes my way, I wouldn't be scared of any opportunity either. If they had like Rihanna, they say, oh, we're doing beats for her at the moment, come on, make these, and I'm just like, at first you're like, shit, scrambled brain, has to be the best beat on earth the first time, but that's not ever the case. You just have to sometimes take a second, step back, and just let it flow, and it just ends up happening, or it did for me. Yeah.
Has that been the same experience for you, Liam?
Yeah, like the exact same experience, because like, yeah, I like my sleep, I like my routine, but like I'd get a call at like 11 at night and being like, yo, we're doing like a pack for Juice WRLD or something, and I'd be like, oh damn, like I was really keen to sleep, but then like I'd obviously have to stay up for like the next 6 hours and like grind out a pack of my best work, and it's like obviously not gonna be my best work. It's like I've already been making beats the whole day.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and so like a lot of coffee, a lot of like anxiety from the coffee, and like yeah, I think it's it is like really being on the game, especially online, which I'm finding kind of hard at the moment. Like most of my opportunity has come online like the right person sending me the right message and me replying straight away and having the beats on hand straight away. And I think one thing I do need to watch for now, and I guess like other people need to watch for, is like trying to stay offline as well, and like like take time off of that as well. But at the same time, we do have to be like on the ball, and so like lots of my big songs have come from me sending a beat back within like 10 minutes.
Right.
And like being just like
They love
then and
that.
there. Yeah. And they're like, yo, we want to work for you more now because you're like on the game.
Punctual.
Yeah, and I always kind of say this quote, and I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm from the future because I'm from New
That's the
Zealand.
drive,
So like,
bro.
and like it works every time, and they think I'm real funny from then on. But like, I use that all the time. So we're literally like a day ahead of them. So I'm like, bro, it's Thursday here. I'm already like on to the next song, bro. Like.
Is that how it works now? Because I guess a lot of people might think of producers, I don't know, like back in the day, they'd be producing a band, and then that morphed, especially for like hip hop and R&B, to producers like Pete Rock and DJ Premier, who are making stuff from scratch, and it's just them on it. And now it seems like it's more collaborative on how these songs come together.
That's what I mean. Teamwork makes the dream work, bro.
Mm. So is there someone that's handling certain elements of a song? Do you always handle the same elements, or are you trying to craft the complete work before sending it out? How does that sort of vary in your day-to-day?
For me, it's like the team that I was a part of, where basically I was sent loops, and then I'd do drums and craft like the structure of the song, and then it'll be sent off to the artist. Yeah, or like I would do a loop or a melody, and then I'd send it to a drum maker, and then they'd do the drums, and then like the manager or someone else would send it out. And so it's like a team of like 5 people sometimes, like on one beat, which is kind of crazy. And then there's always like someone not doing something on the beat. It's claiming the whole work.
And because there's also so many different avenues now, like you don't have to just make the whole beat. You can be the drum guy, you can be a sample maker, you can make drum packs, you can just do vocal melodies and top lines and stuff. There's like so many different things that you can do, and they all matter. They all matter throughout all the music, you know. And like for me, I'm like the whole thing sort of thing. I can do the samples, but it's not what I do every day. I'll be using someone else's sample, I'll do the drums. Or someone will do some drums, I'll do a sample, you know. It's like you switch it up and you just learn. Yeah.
How easy or hard is it to kind of concede a bit of creative control when you're collaborating in that way?
It's easy for me because I don't collaborate with anyone. So I have all the creative control, which is not for lack of wanting to, it's just how it's had to be. And I think like it's interesting now, more offers come up to collaborate. But I mean, I do like work with Alexa Casino, who's frequently, or like I found a real partner in the Bengineer, Ben Lawson, who is, I did an internship at Red Bull for engineering, and he's someone I'll now forever go back to, because I guess you kind of lose perspective when you're so deep in something, and to have someone else's eyes, particularly specialised eyes, is, really quite beneficial. So it's definitely something I'd like to move into, but also I guess it's different because I write for myself, and now I see writing and the beat is the same thing now. Like the bars are just an extra instrument on the beat. So I don't know, it gets very lonely and sort of.
Let's make some beats, fam.
I would love to make some beats. I make trash drums, so I
Like
need
all
some
4 of
good
us
sick
could make
drums.
some fire right now.
Facts.
We should have brought in our gear and had like a little like
impromptu
Live beat making session. Yeah, that'd be sick.
What do you think would be the main challenges then moving forward? Like if you get so locked into your sound and how you like things to sound, do you think that's going to affect when you do decide and opportunities come up to work, how that plays out?
For sure, but I also think maybe because I'm not trained, and if you've heard any of my stuff, it's pretty weird anyway, so I feel like maybe people will look for that weirdness instead of it being like a hurdle. It might be the thing that gives me a point of difference.
I definitely like weird.
Yeah, very weird. Then it's pretty wonky. Like, I'm sure there's shit out of pitch and stuff and out of tune. I don't know what a key is. What's a key?
Neither do I. I'm self-taught. I have no idea.
Yeah. But, it's all good. I mean, ultimately, like, of course, I'd love to produce for other artists, and there has been opportunities, but I don't know. It's just pretty, like, instantly gratifying when you're in the driver's seat doing everything. I don't have very good patience.
Is it easy for you guys to chop and change between different genres and different styles, or is it the opposite? Is it harder to get out of whatever sound might be resonating with you at that moment? Like, how do you approach that as producers?
I definitely think can be hard sometimes, because like some weeks I feel like I'm making the same beat over and over again. But it's become easier though as I do sessions more. Like obviously I started off just like doing it in my bedroom, but and now I try to get myself out into a studio and like write with artists. So like, again, shout out my girlfriend. She's an artist, and so like I've been like writing with her and like actually being in the room like crafting the song, and I think that's been very key for me. Yeah.
Well, I've spent like the last 5 or 6 years dabbling with every genre possible, because like I'll do hip hop beats for a week, I'll get sick of it, so I'll go and make some pop, and I'll get sick of the pop, I'll move on, I'll try country, I'll try anything that's going to take my brain away from what I was stuck on. And it helps too, because some of that guitar cool stuff that I learned in the country, I can take back and add to my hip hop beats, give it a different edge, or like, you know, you can just start fusing stuff together. And that's how I got the Rihanna beat, is like a mixture of R&B, EDM, hip hop, rap. Like it's just a melting pot of different stuff, but like it worked, you know, and like it's something different. And I think it's actually good to learn how the other genres work, and it just opens your mind up to like more possibilities, you know, yeah, more possibilities, creative, you know, like creatively.
Is there ever a time when there's an artist that you really want to work with, and you want to make sure that the beats that
like
you're
the
making
target
are gonna
beats?
fit?
Oh heck yeah, bro! Like of course there's a lot of types of target beats. That's like nowadays. When I first started uploading to SoundCloud and stuff, I'd just call my beat some wacky name and throw it up there and just wait for the comments to roll in and stuff to see if people like it or not. But now you go on YouTube, it's type beat. You got a Drake type beat, you got a Travis Scott type beat, you got Polo G type beats, and like some people that's their main focus is like on the type beats, and like that's a whole new thing now, and yeah.
And you can get placements from those little
Oh
things,
yeah,
right?
those
Like,
YouTube beats are getting placed all the time.
And they're
Yeah.
making like good income. Like,
Yeah,
people
they're
making
amazing.
6 figures off of like YouTube
Yeah.
beats, and like they're getting like no placements or no like big songs, but they're producing for lots of smaller artists that are coming up that are willing to pay like $25 for a lease on a
Yeah.
beat. Like, yeah, it's like a job.
Yeah.
What's a lease on a beat?
I've got no idea, to be honest. It's like Joel's my lawyer.
It's like a house, renting a house. You rent the beat.
You're gonna rent the beat, and it's you don't
can buy
own
it
all the rights.
exclusively. You buy the whole house.
So can you?
It's your house now.
Can you kick out the tenants and give the house to someone else?
I'm not too sure in that sense. Yeah, I haven't gone that far into it, because most of my stuff like has always been exclusively sold to other people. Yeah, I haven't had like the chance to dive too far into that.
Okay, that's an interesting point to bring up, because the way in which you can generate an income now has changed. Leases used to be really frowned on because, I don't know, there's a whole lot of different reasons, right?
Two guys using the same beat, sort of thing.
Yeah, like if you're an
50.
artist,
50 now.
if you're
yeah.
an artist, you want to make sure that no one else has your song. But with everyone now having a laptop and having access to GarageBand, and people have small budgets but still want to secure beats, there was this whole new ecosystem that sort of popped up, where producers that might be starting out will have some of their beats on different platforms on YouTube for lease, where they sell the same beat 100 different times and make a lot of money. I don't know if any of you guys have dabbled in that, but have you experienced that in your careers?
No, but I do a lot of sampling, so I'm just waiting for the day I sort of get arrested for that.
I mean, I don't lease beats because I don't really know what it means, but I definitely like sell a lot of beats, and I think that's really helped me and my income, because you know, you get the big songs, but you don't get paid for them straight away, as you probably know.
Yeah, definitely not straight away.
Yeah, I don't know. I do it a little bit, yeah.
Have you got some cautionary tales around your song being used somewhere and it wasn't how you expected it, or different things like that, maybe things that you weren't aware of all of a sudden popping up? Does that happen often?
I mean, like, I've sold a couple beats when I've been, like, desperate for money, and obviously the song hasn't been that great, or, like, I've never, but nah, no real bad tales, like, and also I don't particularly like selling the beats to lower artists. I just like working with them from the ground up. I mean, my goal would be to, like, break out an artist from, like, just working with them from the beginning.
Is that the same thing for you guys? Like, how do you sort of approach that? I don't know, there's so many different ways that you can move as a producer now in today's industry. What made you decide to go the way that you've gone as opposed to, let's say, leasing or doing type beats or anything else?
I suppose for me it was just the opportunities that were coming my way from the team, and I didn't really get to dabble too much in the leasing and selling, and like I did for a little bit there where I was doing beats for like $50 and that, but like I wasn't really known then, and I didn't sell a lot. The work that got noticed was more like the stuff that I was doing with the artists, because they'd hear the beat and they'd be like, oh, who made that beat for you guys, and things like that. And so I started working more exclusively with people, and not to say that leasing beats and things is bad. That's great. If you can crack that, that's amazing. But yeah, most of my experience has been just through working exclusively.
Yeah, and I guess like I've never been particularly interested in like, and no shade to that because it's amazing, but like to like put out a bunch of stuff and see who wants to buy it. Like for me, the buzz or the currency is always the artist you're collaborating with. Like that holds the most weight to me. So, and I think the spirit of collaboration when you do make something together. But also, no one's ever tried to buy my beats, so maybe that's why I say that.
What's it like collaborating with people that you haven't met in person before? Does that happen often for you guys?
That's every time for me, because most of the time I don't actually get the producer-artist relationship, because I'm at home and most of the people that I'm working with are all the way on the other side of the world. And so it's just like messaging and things like that. But times where I have been in the studio with people that I just like, you know, the first time meeting them, I mean, I'm a little bit awkward. Like, this is even hard for me to do now. But yeah, I've been through some rough periods of like, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. But at the end of the day, I just let the music talk. I just stop talking and just press play, and that catches them. And I think that's the same for most people too.
Yeah, even with local artists, I'll generally like send them a track without, like, I don't really do like live jams and stuff. And I think that's just because, at least for me, like my artistic process is quite personal, and I have to kind of go to like quite a vulnerable place, or I'll feel like comfortable enough to do that, and I think so do the other artists. So like even like I do some stuff with Samara Lofa, who has an amazing album if you haven't listened to it, and we live 5 minutes from each other, but we'll flick things back and forth initially, and I think that can be, I don't know, that works for me anyway. And because getting in a space with someone is quite confronting, like again all that stuff comes up, like am I going to look like a dick, basically.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of the same as me. Like, I'd always link up with an artist first online or like via Instagram. I'd like hear their music and say, hey, do you want to work? Like, I'd send them some beats. But like this year, I've actually made a goal of mine to get out and like into a studio and like actually working with people in real life more. I think it's like, for me, I like connecting with people, even though I can be shy. I always like learn quite a lot when I'm in a studio session, and I'm like really amazed by like everyone that's in the session and what they can contribute, and like even the little accidents that happen can sometimes just like make the song. And
happy accidents, bro.
Yeah, and I haven't done many sessions before, but I think this year, like, that's my focus on like connecting with people more, and like like being a bit more like personal with my music, as well as said like doing like 10 beats a day and sending it out. I definitely like being in the studio and kind of like being like personal and like being attached to the beat a bit more, and like being more of a artist, I suppose.
I guess there's a certain magic that happens when you've got creatives in the same room that are on that same wavelength, right? and it might be a little bit daunting if we're not used to it, but the more you do it, the better it is. But I know that especially with lockdown, everyone's had to kind of adapt, and people that are used to being in sessions are now having to try and do them via video chat and kind of get that same connection, but it's been really hard. Did that affect you, us, you know, the world being kind of thrown into turmoil and going into lockdown? And I know it's probably something that you guys producing from your own studios, maybe not, but what was your experience with that, working with others that might have preferred to try and get in person?
Well, I basically live like I did in lockdown. It's been locked down the whole like 10 years making beats for me, you know, just staying at home, making the beats, occasionally going out to get groceries or food. But other than that, just staying at home, just talking to everybody online, getting the work done, like, yeah.
Yeah, hard same. My life is locked down. I almost was more fruitful during that time because you weren't doing other work and you kind of just...
You weren't worried about people knocking on your door.
Yeah. So, yeah, and seeing more as well, having more time to like look at other artists as well. Like, I think the research gets overlooked sometimes, but like, yeah, that was a very fruitful time for myself.
I think lockdown was good as well for like bedroom producers or like online producers because it didn't become as like, what's the word, like weird collaborating online. It was like you had to do it, and so like that's when we kind of thrived because we were already doing it before lockdown. And so I think, yeah, for me as well, it was almost like more fruitful because there was more people spending more time on music and they couldn't go out, so we actually just had to collaborate online, and that's what I was already used to doing. So
I guess they were looking for it more, right? There wasn't much else to do.
Well, I also tried to buy speakers from the rock shop, and I was on like 100-person wait list because everyone wanted to become a producer, and like I still haven't got the speakers. So yeah, lots of new producers out there, I think, and musicians and rappers and everything. So I think at the same time how terrible it was for the music industry and shows and stuff like that, it was really like cool for other people as well. But yeah.
Well, that's kind of a good little transition into getting into what it is that you guys actually use, like in terms of gear, doors, favorite plugins, little techniques. You're able to kind of give us a rundown on what your setup is and why you like it, and maybe your favorite plugin and why you like to use it?
I use FL Studio, and I've always used that. Before that, I started actually making beats on an MPC, and so that was hardware, so that's when I'll be sampling and stuff. But since then, I've been using FL Studio. I bought a pair of Rocket speakers like 7 years ago, and they still go good. And yeah, was that the question? I can't actually fully remember. I just got like, there's too much stuff I want to talk about the geeky stuff.
Dive into it, man.
FL Studio, my setup, yeah. So like FL Studio, my favorite plugin, Fruity Soft Clipper.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
What is that, and why do you like it?
Well, I went to Mains for a year, and they taught me not to not boost the mixer, like the channel mixers and stuff like that, and like I boost the channel mixer as like my guilty like pleasure, and then I put Soft Clipper on the kick drum, and like I boost the shit out of the kick drum, and it just sounds hard.
Slap.
And then I put Soft Clipper on the master, and after I put Soft Clipper on the master, I use Ozone 9, I think it is, or 8, I can't remember, the latest one, and that's just like, that's the source for me. And what I've found is like less is more, because when I first started, I like cracked all the plugins. I bought all my stuff now, by the way, guys. I cracked all the plugins, so I had like all the Waves plugins and like all the stuff on there, and I was like, couldn't choose what to use. And my computer actually crashed, and I like lost everything, and I only had FL Studio. And so I just like used that for like a year and all the stock plugins, and I became way better because I had to use what I had. And so like, yeah, and so like everything is there, what I need in FL Studio, and I use like maybe a couple of third-party plugins now, but that's it. And when I actually buy the plugin, I get to know the plugin because I've actually spent my money on it, and I'm like, I don't want to waste my money on this. Like, yeah, so for me it's like, yeah, just that, and like less is more, and like maybe a couple plugins, but FL Studio Gang.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Is it the same for you, Polly?
And I'm a Ableton stan, representing my Ableton. I cracked a version of it. I hope I don't get arrested. Ages ago, and got to level up when I did a show for Ableton. They actually gave me the software all legit, so that's been nice. But a huge game changer for me was getting the Native Instruments machine, because I used to see Ninth Wonder like chopping up beats all the time on that. And not only is like the inbuilt capabilities crazy, but it's really straightforward as well, and real fun for production on the fly. Like you just like, I don't know, and like yeah, it just made it easier for someone like me who isn't trained, that needs like a little bit of like assistance and like getting like the beats and like on beat and shit, like, you know, quantizing and stuff. But so usually I'll make the beat. I'm always sample driven. Like I'll find the sample first, distort it, chop it up, and then add my bass and my kicks and all that and Native Instruments, and then I'll do the actual production in Ableton because it's got some pretty sick inbuilt like effects and stuff. Yeah.
Well, for the first time in like 10 or 11 years, I actually bought Fruity Loops this year. It was only $200. I was like, why did I just do this? Because I was sick of using crack stuff that always fails and crashes on me. But yeah, Fruity Loops is my go-to. My home studio is just, you know, 2 speakers, a sub, nice table, keyboard. That's what you need. You don't need all that crazy stuff that's in all the big studios. You don't need the latest keyboard. You just need one that works. And like that's it. If it works, it works. It's going to do the trick. And yeah, I would say my favorite VST or like plugin to use is a toss-up between Omnisphere 2 and Serum, because both of those you can drag your own sounds into and use their sort of manipulating effects and stuff on the sounds that you've created yourself. And it's like a lot more fun that way. Not to say that there's thousands and thousands of cool like sound packs and stuff you can get for those two, but I like messing with my own sound, especially with my own voice. And like having kids, I take my son in the studio, bro. I've made a lot of beats with my son. He's like just jumped on the mic. I chuck on the auto tune. He sings some random stuff, and I'll just take that and chop it and sample it. He's the man. He's got the dope melodies, bro. Better than my melodies, because they're so fresh and you know it's cool.
You could essentially like get your son a plaque.
Yeah, bro. Put him on the credits.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I guess like now, because there's so many people that have started on this track of music production, all of these companies are taking advantage of that and pushing all these different products to try and get people to buy. And obviously, you know, they're businesses, they're just trying to make a buck as well. But I think you touched on a really important point, that you don't need all the bells and whistles, right? You can just make do with what you've got.
I made the Needed Me track on like a shitty laptop with one headphone that worked, and that was it. That was it.
And it's got a billion streams.
Yeah, and they got a billion streams. I got an award for that shit, bro. Yeah, it's crazy. And that was using the bare minimum.
That's nuts. Yeah. How did that track come about? Like,
I was sent some samples from Frank Dukes through Mustard and my team Twice as Nice. And I flipped that sample like 6 different times, I think. And it was like the 6th time I'd flipped it. Nick just kept on saying to me, flip it again, flip it again, flip it again. You know, do something more creative. Do more. And it was like 5 or 6 in the morning. It was cold as shit. I was sitting at my window in Sanson, could see the cows outside. And I was just experimenting with it. I got to the point where like, I don't know what I'm doing now. I'm just going to do some weird shit. I'm just going to fuse a whole bunch of stuff and make it cohesive. And sent it off, and you know, never heard anything about their beat for like another few months. And then got the email like, oh, here we got the paperwork for a Rihanna song. And I'm just like, whoa, what beat is that? And in my head I've got all my favorite beats I've made going through there, like, oh yeah, it's this one, it's that one. And I hear, I'm like, oh shit, that's the one I made at 6 in the morning when I was half dead looking at cows with nothing. And then it comes out and I hear her voice on it. I'm just like, that is crazy. Like, it was such an unreal moment, and because it's not like you're going to get a reference of Rihanna to listen before it comes out. The chances of leaking that is crazy. And so I had to wait, just like everybody else, until it dropped on Beats One Radio with Zane Lowe. And yeah, that was like one of the craziest moments of my whole career, was just hearing that song come out through those speakers and be like, shit, I made that. And yeah,
that's crazy. That's a crazy story, man. Like,
shout out the cows.
What's been your favourite moment so far, Liam, on your production journey?
My favourite moment? Definitely like, I think like the first placement was like definitely my favourite moment. When I was just like scrolling Instagram and I seen my song on like one of my favourite, my beat on one of my favourite rappers' albums. Yeah, I think that would have to be my favourite moment. But also like there's been a lot of cool moments where I've actually been in the studio now and like I've learnt off a lot of different people and like seeing the song actually crafted. Yeah.
And for you, Polly, do you have something that sticks out as being a defining moment so far?
Oh yeah, I sent some beats to this sick artist called Polly Hill and she wanted to pick them up.
She loved them.
She loved it, eh? Nah, I think for me, just like I dropped my EP yesterday, which I fully produced with some additional production from Alexa, and that was like a big moment for me because that was like the whole thing came out as a test to myself. Like, can I do it? I have no like training, knowledge, whatever, and that was like a very full circle moment. And to actually get seen for the production now, because everyone used to be like, man, you can write your pen game, but then now some musos being like, who did the production on that? And I was like, I did, and that's been a pretty sick moment.
Congrats.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, go listen to that, by the way. That knocks. I was listening to it on the way here.
Thank you.
We mentioned earlier, like when we were just talking downstairs, that because you're both an artist and a producer, sometimes people place more value on the artistry and they don't hold the production element up to that same level of appreciation. How does that affect you, being both an artist and a producer?
I don't know. I guess all my favorite artists are that, like you know, Kanye West. Like I know he's a bit but like damn, he's got like the best beats and bars, and like MF Doom, rest in peace. Like they're all like that. I guess it's enough for me to know now that I like drive the ship, so that feels good. Yeah, they're all the same thing now. The artist is the producer and the producer is the artist for me now.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I think we're coming to a close, but before we do, are there any questions that anyone has out there, having had a chance to listen? And
do you guys have a side hustle, or is this support you financially? I'm just interested in seeing, like, or what's the growth point if maybe you started somewhere with having to have a side hustle and now this is, you know, you got a family, you got kids. Is this what's feeding them, or have you got multiple other things going on?
Yeah, this is it for me. This is what I've been living on for the last 5 to 6 years. And beforehand, I was working at the Meatworks, and it just developed from me being at the Meatworks. I threw some meat at somebody, got fired. And the next day, I was making beats too at the time. That was sort of like my side hustle. It started like that. And then the team that I'm with now, they hit me up like, yo, if we can pay you what the Meatworks was paying you each week, we just make beats for us. And I was like, yeah, like, let's go. And I've been doing it ever since, you know. I'm just trying to keep it going. And that's what's supported me over the years,
I'm a filmmaker mainly. Well, not mainly anymore, really. The music was the side hustle, and never anything I imagined to be lucrative. But it's interesting how the artistic forms kind of inform one another. Like I can be a better filmmaker because I can produce now, and vice versa. And then you can kind of like start to direct your own music videos when you're the rapper and the producer, and you have this whole monopoly on the whole thing. It's kind of wild and a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, so like up until COVID, I was working at Peter Pit. Shout out Peter Pit. Basically, I worked at Peter Pit like I was working like 20 to 25 hours and like just trying to make the bare minimum to pay rent. Then COVID happened, went on the benefit, which was fire. Now I just make beats on the benefit. But it was like a real like wake up call for me. And then since then, I've had a couple like tracks come out, and I've been selling my beats off to actually like smaller artists and making an income that way. So like my bigger songs, I'm still in the negotiation stages of being paid for, but I've actually been doing like the weekly income by like selling beats to smaller artists, and that's kind of where it comes from at the moment. And like I guess I'm able to sell the beats to the smaller artists because of like the bigger credits I have, but no money comes from that, haven't yet. Shout out my lawyer.
I mean, I was a producer before I got into music law, so the production element was always the side hustle, and I was trying to make ends meet. And now, being a music lawyer, I kind of did that selfishly because I wanted to figure out how things worked. And I'm in a position where I can help my friends and artists and managers and people that need advice. So I find it really fulfilling, and I'm still doing music stuff on the side.
Legend.
Do we have time for another question?
Yeah, I've actually got a combo of two from the online audience, kind of in the same area, and it speaks to what Liam was just talking about. Do you ever kind of compromise on the price you charge for your beats because you see real potential in the artist? And then the flip side of that is, have you ever come across an artist who is new and emerging that you just say, oh my God, I want to work with them, and so you start firing beats at them even though they haven't got a platform and they're not established yet?
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's like what I focus on. So like I'll be sending like beats to the bigger artists, and I got friends that are artists that I work with, and that's like collaborative. We do like splits 50-50 on that because we're both kind of on the tracks. And like followers or listeners, it doesn't like worry me. If I believe in the artist, I'll work with them. I think that's the main thing. Like if I believe in them, I'll definitely work with them. I wouldn't charge them. A lot of the things I'm selling is to artists I don't particularly know, like overseas, and they just want like a quick beat from like someone who's produced for Rich the Kid or something, and they want to like put that in the like release description or something like that. So that's where I'll be charging. And like a lot of the local stuff I do, it's like no money involved. It's just like collaboration, and we just go like splits on the songs, which is really cool.
Yeah, at 100%. Like, if the artist has something to say or that you can tell, then that's the currency there, is that collaboration for me.
Well, I haven't really had the chance to do anything like that yet. The closest I've had to doing collaborations and things like that with people here is Song Hubs. And if anyone gets offered to be a part of a Song Hubs, please take it. It was one of my favorite experiences ever. It was such an amazing time. But yeah, I sort of forgot what the question was, my bad.
Hey, just a question, like, in regards to kind of SoundCloud and, like, that transition, because I know, like, we've all come up in this age where it's, like, completely flattened between, like, amateur and professional, like, where, like, someone can be making beats on SoundCloud and it looks exactly the same as, like, someone who's put insane amounts of work in it, but you can't really tell the difference. How do you guys differentiate yourself as, like, professionals and not just, like, some bedroom producer? And was there a point where you, like, felt like there was a distinct break between those two?
Well, I think I've just always been a bedroom producer. I like that label too. It's very humble and it's correct. Because, like, I'm not going into big studios here and doing stuff. I'm sitting outside my house in my sleep out with my homemade stuff on the walls and just making beats. I think the defining moment for me that changed it to being bedroom producer to being professional was once I started working with the bigger names and was like noticed for that, and yeah, just getting accolades and getting these songs and stuff under my belt, getting what would you call it, a resume, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know super heaps about that. Like, I never really tried to get found on SoundCloud and stuff like that. But what I will say is, every time I make work, I always want to sound like nothing else I've heard before, so I don't have that problem. If anything, it's quite freakish what I make, so yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of the same with me. And Sick Drums, like, just the more songs you put out, the more people kind of put that label on you, I guess. Yeah, I'm still a bedroom producer, and like I'm a DJ as well, and I guess recently I've been trying to put like more of a brand to my name. So like I go and like DJ all the festivals and stuff, and try to distance myself from like being just some guy that got lucky to like someone that works hard and like has a brand and releases singles and like works on the songs more, you know.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you can get a break, but it's up to you if you stay there, and your work ethic and your commitment to it is going to be the difference between someone that got lucky and fell off. So yeah. Is there any other questions we got out there?
Hey guys, just wanted to ask, how do you guys finish beats when you get stuck on them? Because as a producer myself, where you're just like, how am I going to finish that? Yeah, just wonder if it tips on how to, you know.
Bro, with me, I don't know advice, but I just like myself to finish thing I make. Myself, like I'm hating, but I'm hating the beat, but like some 5 minutes to make it. Oh man, like a real and like maybe do something random and this is getting, and then like and it's like, oh, cool now, but we're not pretty more. Yeah.
Opposite, like that. Like I'll give something a and by my match. I have a sample and saying and instruct it. Take it's not working out. Like and you're like, it's labs like this.
Sort of like a comment where I would drive like and if I can do it. Where it's like, oh, super something else. And sometimes most of the time, most like just air by ear, really. It's good to take breaks always for. I mean, if you have just do whatever will take your mind. You know, free.
Of bouncing every that's what it was. Back, you don't actually have to open up. And if you're saying you might want to a different way or
I always like have this at the next day, the like melody one and like anymore.
I have beats. I'll play. Yeah, that was fun.
Bounce it out and just listen to it. Sort of keeps it. If you can re-listen.
The old car.
Pulled up, like it played my beat again, bro.
Have a card, the card test.
Any more? Valley Hills. So a little bit more careers tech.
You too.
Thanks, guys. Thank
you, everybody.
We're gonna head off.
Hey, shout out. She came.
And shout out one more time.
Yeah.
Kia ora. We're coming to the end. I enjoyed that. Because all of our speakers, we really appreciate everybody being this afternoon. Formal proceedings. Colleagues at the Forum, and Owen, Teresa, and Sarah Owen, and then Grace and White. Daniel, Helen, team at Stream Shop, look stick online, so much. Sam and Nikki from ACCESS, really appreciate what done to help us. At the music committee, particularly and thank Emily for speaking. Thank everyone. By the Business Forum, the Music Commission, APRA AMCOS, and recorded. The bar will be open for